Good morning or good afternoon, true crime and celebrity news friends. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Saturday so far. Yes, there's court today. We have the live pregnant girlfriend poison trial, Tennessee versus Blaise Taylor, day 5. They started a couple hours ago, so we'll be able to zoom right through lunch. All right. Well, let me put it on the screen. And we will get down to business. From what I hear, the defense attorney is asking the same questions from yesterday. Oh my God. But here we go.
Just for at some point today, for scheduling purposes, I understand that Mrs. Murphy is not here. At some point, I would like to make an offer of proof related to the information we were provided yesterday by the state. It's very brief, it will just be a proffer. Because Ms. Murphy is not here, I think I can wait to do it until she gets here. So we can.
You need her as a witness?
No, I want to lodge some exhibits as an offer of proof. I'll wait until she gets here. And just think before Ms. Benning testifies, I think for timing purposes. Be very brief, at lunchtime perhaps, or at a break.
What if we don't get to the items the state gave you yesterday?
I'm not asking for to make any sort of evidentiary argument. My expectation based on the conversation is that the cross-examination will be appropriately restricted. I just want to make an offer of proof related to that prior to this testimony. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's do it. We're just going to arrest one. You come up here.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
They want to we're all
Clarify something about those exhibits. Which contains those
All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Jury, let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. You'll raise your right hand and you swear to tell the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. All right, questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just need to connect to the,
Okay.
is it on here? I'm not technically savvy, so. Okay. I can just use that, don't worry about it. I don't want to open up, so I can just use that. Good morning, Dr. McDonough.
Good morning.
I'm just gonna go back and forth, so I just rather use this one. I was speaking with to make it show that. How do I make it show?
Hit us, Will.
Good morning, Dr. McDonough. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about the work that you performed at NMS, and specifically the work that you performed in this case.
Okay.
Could you tell us, or at least tell the jury, exactly what accreditations for NMS are important in terms of the things that you have to do at your lab in order to be accredited?
NMS has a number of accreditations because we work with so many different types of agencies, laboratories, and because we also do both clinical and forensic toxicology. So the primary accreditation I believe you're referring to is through ANAB, and it's to a standard called 17025. So ANAB stands for, it's a mouthful of acronyms, but ANSI, ASV, National Accreditation Board. And so what this entitles is that 17025 is a standard set forth on testing laboratories. It dictates rules on how the entire lab needs to be run, really. Rules and regulations on qualifications of the people who work there, the types of records we need to keep, how testing needs to be performed, documentation, things of that nature. So to be accredited, the laboratory agrees to these rules and agrees that they'll adhere to those rules and agrees to undergo surveillance and on-site assessments periodically, where outside agencies and individuals will come in and assess us to those standards and ensure we are meeting all of those standards. So that's the major and primary one, but in addition to the ANAB 17025, we're also CLIA accredited, which is a accreditation through hospitals and clinical samples. We work with the College of American Pathologists, or CAP, which specifically refers to more post-mortem type samples. And some states have their own individual requirements, and so we also meet those standards and accreditations and certifications for those individual states.
Thank you. Now, are there certain factors that the ANAB require from you in order to keep your accreditation? And what I mean by that is, let's say chain of custody. Is that something that is required in order to be accredited?
Chain of custody is part, yes, of ANAB standards.
And specifically when we're talking about forensic toxicology, correct?
Yes.
And that's one of the things that are extremely important.
Yes.
And what about storage in terms of ensuring that whatever vial or matrix, and we learned yesterday, that matrix could be blood, urine, semen, whatever it is. What about the storage in terms of being refrigerated? Is that required, that it's stored properly?
It's required that you have a policy and procedure for the storage of your samples. The individual storage needs will vary based on the matrix.
Right. Let's say blood. How would you store blood properly to keep your accreditation?
So that's going to be based on your policy, and it can vary from whether you're talking short-term storage versus long-term storage. So short-term storage for most agencies is that the sample is still in the process of testing or may be tested very soon and readily. Long-term storage may involve being frozen.
Okay. When you, let's say it's a week to a month, would you store blood in a refrigerator?
Typically it is stored refrigerated, yes.
Are there ever times for a month that blood should not be stored in a refrigerator?
I mean, when you take it out to test it, it's going to be at room temperature.
Well, I've been talking about for a month long. Let's say you're not testing it, you're not doing anything with it, and it's a month period that you're not doing anything with it. Should it be in the refrigerator?
Ideally, it would be good to keep it cold, but the actual individual rules are going to vary agency to agency. A month may be a frozen capacity for some agencies. For NMS, it's typically while that sample is in testing, and for a short time after testing, it will remain cold and refrigerated. If it is deemed to go to long-term storage, it then typically gets moved to a freezer at some point.
Okay, and I'm not talking about when it's being tested, I'm talking about when it's just waiting. You know, it may be, don't destroy it because we may need it later, and a month passes. The best practice is for it to be refrigerated and or frozen. Would you agree?
Cold, yes, I would agree cold.
Thank you. And that's very important in terms of the integrity of keeping that sample, correct?
Yes.
And then what about sealed? Making sure that whatever vial and or cup or tube, that it's sealed with an initial so that it cannot be tampered with and to maintain the chain of custody. Is that important?
Sealing is important, but that definition varies agency to agency. So seal can be just tape over the top of a tube or over a container. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's dated and initialed.
Okay.
But just making sure that the container is properly closed. The cap is on tight and tightly twisted if it's a screw top cap. Just ensuring that it is tightly enclosed is really the key there. Whether it has tape over the top, it doesn't impact my testing. It can impact the interpretation depending on what happens to it. But
I understand that's not you guys' problem, but I want to just make sure that the jury understands whether or not the best practice is for that file to be sealed. Sealed in terms of a tape on top of it.
that's going to vary agency to agency though. Those rules are independently created at those agencies, whether it has to be sealed or not sealed.
Okay. Well, as a forensic toxicologist, would you say that the best practice is for it to be sealed?
I would say that it's recommended. I wouldn't say it has to be the end-all be-all best practice, but it is recommended to be sealed because it helps with chain of custody. It helps answer some of those questions, but it's not necessarily required. It's recommended.
But it is recommended.
It is recommended.
And why is it recommended that a file should be sealed?
As I just stated, it helps assert chain of custody. It helps assert that nothing has happened with that tube. It hasn't necessarily been opened since the time that sticker or tape has been placed over the top with the in theory, some sort of date or initial on it.
Okay, I want to draw your attention. And Josh, could you tell us which exhibit this is? State's exhibit, the vial of blood. In regards to the vial of blood that goes with litigation packet, NMS work order, ending in, well, it's 231268889. Do you see that there?
The NMS number?
This is the NMS number for the vial of blood for 231268889.
Yeah, I just don't see the NMS number on it.
You don't, do you?
On this stick, not from this view.
Right.
Okay.
And in regards to this, do you know, based on looking at this, where this came from?
I mean, I know from my review of all of the casework thus far,
Okay.
because of being involved in the case, I know that this was that MyOte VUH stat feb was the name assigned to the patient when they were at Vanderbilt.
And you see that there's a collection date there of, can you see it from?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Collection date of 2/25/23. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And prior to you getting to MMS, you don't know where that pile of blood was, do you?
Correct.
You don't know who drew the blood.
Correct.
You just rely on whatever sticker is placed on it. Isn't that true?
Initially, we rely on the requisition form, and we match the information from the requisition form to any stickers or information provided on the tube to verify that they go with the same case.
But in regards to the individual who drew that blood and put the sticker on there, you don't have any knowledge of that, do you?
Correct.
And so you have to rely on what's there. Isn't that true?
Correct.
I want to now draw your attention to litigation packet 231268889, that's in evidence. And it is in evidence as exhibit 42. And I want to draw your attention to pages 25 through 27 of that litigation packet. And I have a copy here for you.
She can see it.
Okay. Do you see where it talks about the sample information on here?
Yes.
And when it comes to whether or not this vial of blood was sealed, what is the answer that NMS states here?
Upon arrival, it was not sealed.
And so that would not be the best practice according to your prior testimony, isn't that true?
It's going to vary agency to agency. So if that agency's policy is not to seal it, then this would be fully fitting in with that agency's policies and procedures.
And then as we go further along to the other portion of the sample, when it comes to being sealed, what does it say?
No samples yield.
And if there's been testimony that there's no one who knows who drew that blood, did not know where it was prior to getting to the ME's office, would you say that that is reliable and credible in regards to who this vial of blood belongs to?
Objection, Your Honor. Mistaken evidence. Thanks, someone testify to that.
Is it in the medical records?
The vial of blood here? We don't know, Your Honor, because we don't know who pulled it.
It's who pulled it in the medical record.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
Yes, it's in the medical records.
Okay.
However,
I'll sustain the objection.
but if we don't know, or if that person has not testified in regards to, yes, that was the blood I pulled, yes, I put the correct name on there, would you as a forensic toxicologist who keeps accreditations and ensures that chain of custody and those types of things are important, would you think that that is reliable and credible to rely on?
It's not going to impact my testing.
Sure. I'm just
It may impact the interpretation, but it's not going to impact my ability to test that sample and produce accurate and reliable toxicology results. So I think your question is asking more about interpretation, and yes, it could impact the interpretation. I would have to say it's possible something may have happened to it. I don't know, that's beyond my control, but it doesn't impact my ability to test that sample.
Right, and I didn't ask about the ability to test it, just whether or not as a forensic toxicologist, that would have been the best practice to maintain the chain of custody as well as making sure that it's sealed. That's all I'm asking.
Objection, Your Honor. The chain of custody was maintained.
Yeah, no, it was not. And so I just want to ask the witness the question.
You won't argue back and forth.
So,
Sustain.
fair enough, Your Honor. In regards to the testing of litigation packet 889, you in fact at some point signed off on that, did you not?
I did.
You weren't the one, though, would you agree with me, who actually performed the testing?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is required in the actual testing of that vial of blood from 889?
Do you have the report that I could refer to?
I can. I want to give you, specifically, I'll draw your attention to page 37 of that same litigation packet. Would the procedures here be an example of what has to be done when you are testing a vial of blood?
So this is a summary of what you have shown. This is a summary specifically of the cocaine testing that was performed, and it's highlighting the major steps in our computer system that are signed off on. So for each attempt at testing on that sample, there's a preparation step. That's the person that prepares that sample physically, loads it onto the instrument. There's an analytical step. So that's the person who's actually reviewing that data initially as it comes off of the instrument to ensure that the run is proceeding as expected, the controls are performing as expected, the run is acceptable. And then there is a final review step. It has the abbreviation BREV there. So that is a secondary technical review by another authorized analyst who also went back and reviewed that data and ensured the accuracy of the results of the run.
Okay, and then I want to take you a little further down where it says lab ID test. Now, is that more testing on that same vial of blood, or is this a different test?
It's a different test. You can see in that gray band there, the test name was designer opioids. So that first block was for cocaine testing. The second block is a designer opioids test.
And just so that we are aware, fentanyl is not a designer opioid that would be tested for. Is that correct?
It was not included in the scope of that specific test.
Okay. So you weren't testing for fentanyl here on either one of these, correct?
Not the physical lone fentanyl compound. This designer opioids panel includes what we call fentanyl analogs. So they're related to fentanyl, but they're not physical fentanyl. They are separate drugs entirely.
Correct. And then I'll take you down to where it says liver tissue. Here, that's another test that was performed as a result of the litigation packet 889, correct?
Yes, just to be clear though, this first band where it says tissue requires homogenization, this is a process step. So we can't physically test a piece of tissue. We can't put that on an instrument. It would clog up the instrument. We need to create a format for it so that it's liquid and can actually be put onto an instrument. So homogenization is just the kind of fancy term for saying that it was blended. We usually add some liquid or buffer, water buffer, and homogenize it and create it in a format that is more liquid and is more easily and readily available to go onto the instrument.
And it is a process and a step in the series of testing this liver, correct?
Correct, and that's why you see, if you go down below that very final gray line down there, when we do that homogenization, we actually create a new container and a new ID. Because we didn't use the full liver tissue that was submitted, we only cut a portion of it to create a homogenized sample.
And so all of those things are required in order to reach a result for that vial of blood and that liver tissue, correct?
For this case, yes.
And then after that, once you guys complete those entire processes, everything that was done, every test, every run, all of that is created in a litigation packet. All of it is documented in a litigation packet form, right?
Yes.
Now, when you signed your name to this toxicology report, you didn't do this particular testing, did you?
Correct.
You then relied on the individuals who did the testing in regards to what they purported their testing, the results of the testing that they performed.
They're not reporting it, I'm looking at the data generated out of the instrument. I mean, so they aren't reporting it to me, I'm physically looking at the data myself and ensuring that I agree with the result that's on that data page.
So who reports the data?
I report the final data, I create that final report.
And you have to create that final report based on the testing of those individuals, correct?
Yes.
And those individuals would be the individuals whose names are here.
Yes.
Paulina Lapp, Stacy Joseph, Kyle Miller, Amanda Cook, Rebecca Turner, and Tammy Welch in regards to the vial of blood, correct?
Yes.
And you rely on what they did in order for you to interpret their data.
Yes.
What all do you have to do in order to interpret that data to then sign your name and co-sign on whatever results they find?
Are you asking specifically what are you asking me to explain there?
Before you sign your name to that report, what do you have to do? What process do you go through?
So I review all of the paperwork for the case. I look at the case results and the case data. I also look at, there's a summary sheet that comes up for each round that's performed. It's a summary that the analysts write up as a result of each batch. So say a control issue happens, they will note that on there. So I can review the control samples if I see an issue and I want to investigate it. I look at the chain of custody, I look at the login verification form, that form that said whether the sample was sealed or not. I also look at the posting history form, which is that form she just showed you where it lists the names of the analysts. So if I saw an issue in any of the data I was looking at, I can go back and physically talk to that analyst. I can email them or message them. If I see an issue on any of the runs, I have the autonomy to investigate. I can ask that a test be re-performed if I don't agree with the result or I'm questioning a result. I have that autonomy just from doing the review of the sample. And then I also look at the requisition forms that's received. So I look to see what the agency requested, what testing. I ensure that all of that testing was performed, and all the pieces of those tests are performed. Or if they couldn't be performed, I understand why. If something needed to be canceled, if there was an interferent, things of that nature. In addition to that, I also look at phone log notes. And our phone log communication notes are notes provided by our client services. So if the client called in, added on testing, if something needed to be verified on the requisition form, if there was a typo or a misspelling that we caught during our process, it should be indicated there if the client was contacted about it. And so I'm checking all of those pieces to make sure things are accurate so that my report is accurate to the information we were provided.
And about how long would you say that process takes?
It varies depending on how much testing was performed on a case. It really does.
And in regards to litigation packet 231268889, about how long would you say that process took for you to review all of that data, adopt it, and then sign your name to it?
We had discussed this previously in previous meetings. Based on timestamps, it looked to be an hour or just under an hour, but I do question whether the timestamp on the note requesting that I review the case is an accurate portrayal of when I was first asked to review the case. It had been discussed that I may have to review this case previously. So I had been looking at the case and the case data prior to the official request coming through. So I'm not clear exactly how long it took me. It may have been less than an hour only because I had previous experience with the case.
And so in this case, the litigation packet was 1,912 pages, correct?
The full litigation packet, that's yes, what you had relayed.
Okay. And I'm taking the liberty to print it out, and I have it right there on my table. That's about the litigation, that's the 1,912 pages, right? Okay. And you reviewed all of that and all the processes that you just described in under an hour.
No, I said I reviewed the case data and the batch review sheets. So at the point it reaches me, the case has undergone numerous levels of review at each test step. So my piece of the puzzle is that final review, pulling all of those pieces together. Each individual test has been reviewed and signed off on at that test level, and then it reaches myself. And so I'm performing an overview review, looking at the individual case data, ensuring that each of the batches, if there were issues or if I needed to investigate, I looked into them, but that all of those pieces for that individual case are matching up. Your litigation packet is going to include a lot of extra information, including all of the data for the quality controls that were run, the full list of cases that were on each batch, along with the case in question. So that is partly why my review takes less time. I'm focusing just on a single case, not the full batches each time.
Then it will require you to rely on summaries done by the individuals who actually perform the testing.
Right, and as part of accreditation, if any issues come up, those analysts are authorized and competent and trained in each of their individual tests. And they have to follow those standard operating procedures. So they would physically have to note that something happened or that something went awry or that they saw an area of concern, and then it had to be vetted and evaluated or the proper step followed. So say a quality control failed, they would follow the standard operating procedure, which may be to re-inject the sample, it may be to repeat the whole test. It varies depending on what the issue is. But they're following their standard operating procedures, they're following their training.
I need to blow this up, and I don't want to hit a button I shouldn't hit, so.
Expand it, you mean?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, technically, there you go. We see here in this litigation packet, here's your number, 231268889, that in preparation for trial, on March 12th of 2026.
I don't know why this lawyer is continuously asking, because she's trying to get them on a technicality about that test that she ran that she thinks isn't accredited by the company. Because it was a separate test that was never ran before on that bed sheet. But I don't understand why it had to be done separately. Like, what was wrong? Like, was it the way the bedspread was made? Was it the material? I guess I don't know. Okay. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, y'all.
There was an email received from Eric Evans providing a subpoena for MMR to appear the week of 6/22/26. Who is MMR?
She was the original reviewer for the case.
Okay. And we see then that on March 19th, which would be about 7 days later, there was an email received from ADA Jan Norman asking that the case be placed in the queue for KYM for review. Who is KYM?
KYM is my computer initials,
Okay.
for using our computer system.
Okay, so that's you.
That is me, yes.
And then we see on 3/20 that there was an updated report signed by KYM, which is you, and a current CV provided to ADA Norman, correct?
Correct.
And then if we look at, I'm sorry, can you notate the time on March 19th that the email from Ms. Norman came through, from ADA Norman came through?
That's when this was recorded in this communication log. I don't know when the actual email was received from ADA Norman.
Okay.
It may have been earlier in the day.
Okay. So what time do we have there?
The time on this communication log says 2:02 p.m. So that's when it was entered onto this communication log.
And here is your report and work order for 231268889. That is your signature, correct?
That is my signature, yes.
Adopting the findings and litigation packet 231268889, correct?
Correct.
And what time is that there?
14:55.
And that's military time, which would equate to 2:55.
Correct.
So between the time that is documented on this email at 2:02, we're talking about 53 minutes.
Again, the communication log that was noted at 2:02 p.m. I don't know physically when ADA Norman sent the email and client services received it. It's possible they received it earlier in the day and they notified me that this was coming down the pipeline, and I may have been reviewing it earlier. That just may be the time that they physically documented it in the communication log. We document things in the communication log when we're able to. I sometimes it's a couple hours after I have a phone call with someone. It's not necessarily right at the moment that call occurs.
But there is no documentation to anything like that here, is it?
But they're documenting appropriately that they received communication.
And if you look up, it documents 114 to discuss timelines. Received email from Tracy Houston. It doesn't give another date, does it?
Another date for what?
Different than the date that's on the side here of 120, in this instance, 123/26.
It occurred that day. It may not have occurred simultaneously at that time.
I now want to draw your attention to litigation packet 230-86183. you also were not the analyst who reviewed this test originally, are you?
No, I'm not.
And this, just so that we're clear, is a test of the antemortem blood of Miss Jade Benning that was taken on 2/27/23 at 2:17. You see that?
I do.
And again, you were not the analyst who originally performed this testing, were you?
I didn't perform the testing and I was not the original reviewer.
And if we look at the date and time that you adopted this particular testing procedures, it was the same day at the same time of 2:55, correct?
Yep.
And are you familiar with how many pages of litigation packet is this particular testing?
It was even more. There was more testing involved with this case.
Over 2,600 pages, correct?
I'm not sure the total value that was in your packet, but there was a lot more testing to review for this one, yes.
And would you trust me if I tell you it was 2,616 pages?
It would not surprise me.
And so from the time that you were asked to be assigned to these cases, within 52 minutes, based on the documentation, and we have to go by the documentation according to the accreditation, you reviewed all of that data, 2,600 pages in one, 1,900 pages in another, in 52 minutes.
Again, I reviewed the case-specific data, which is significantly less than the 2,600 pages and the 1,900 pages. I reviewed the specific data generated to the case. And I was aware of these cases. We have been working with both of you individually since, this has been going for more than a year. So I have reviewed these cases in the past. The reason for both of them having the same stamp time for my release is because I put them on a batch together, and I released the batch at 14:55. So that's why it looks like they both have the same stamp. I was reviewing both cases, I leave them to the side, and when I finished reviewing both cases, I click a signature button in our computer system, and it releases both cases together off of that batch at the same time. So that may help explain why they have the same release time.
And we basically, though, we have to rely on the data that's in the paperwork, right?
It's
Yes or no, ma'am?
a communication note, noted by someone else, not myself.
And there's no communication notes whatsoever that you reviewed this document in or paperwork in or testing at any other time. There's no documentation of that anywhere, is it?
Other than the communication note that we've been discussing these cases, I don't believe there's anything specifically noted, no.
I now want to draw your attention to the testing of the comforter. And that work order is 23129285. And I believe it's in evidence. Do you have that? Exhibit number 9285, last four digits, 9285. Just so that the record is clear what we're referring to. This is exhibit
46 is her report on that.
Yes, this is exhibit 46. And this is the comforter that we've been talking about, correct?
Yes.
And And the testing that you performed on that comforter, there was some talk yesterday about numbers and concentration levels and things of that nature. You can't quantify anything in regards to any concentrations or anything like that as it pertains to the results on this comforter. Is that correct?
Quantitation should not be done, no.
And so anything that was said to the jury about how much was found of BZE and or cocaine, none of that should be considered because that's not what the purpose of the test was. And you guys don't do that in regards to this type of testing. Is that correct?
I would say it's fair to say that we needed to repeat the testing under dilution to ensure the accuracy of the result, but to rely on a specific number would be inaccurate. So the testing was repeated on dilution to ensure that all of our acceptability criteria was met for the data. When we ran it undiluted, some of the acceptance criteria was not met, which is why we had to repeat the test. But to rely on a specific number, I would not rely on a specific number from that, the values generated there. It was really to prove that the presence of the drug and that the results were accurate, there were no interferences going on, and that our acceptability criteria was met in order to confirm that it was positive.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up, for the jury. Thank you. Again, we talked about labeling and doing things like that. I want to draw your attention now to the labeling for the washcloth. Do you remember testifying yesterday about the washcloth?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the date there that it says, date and time that this washcloth was received by Metro Nashville Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor, the testimony specific to this.
It's an item in evidence, Your Honor, that she can testify to.
Okay, there was testimony about why that's there. If you want to re-ask her, that's fine.
What is the date and time that you have that Metro Nashville Police Department received this washcloth?
I mean, so the label states February 25th, 2023 at 9:30 p.m.
Were you aware that Mr. Taylor did not call 911 until February 25th, 2023, at 9:38 p.m.?
The exact time I don't believe I was aware of.
I want to now draw your attention to the packaging for the comforter that we talked about. Do you see the time that it was received there? Can you read that for the jury?
The label states February 25th, 2023 at 9:30 p.m.
How important is it to document accurate times and dates and things of that nature?
I mean, it is as accurate as we can be. We try to maintain contemporaneous notes and labels with things. So it's important.
It's very important.
Yes.
To maintain the integrity of the vials and the samples that you're testing, correct?
It is important.
In regards to the test that you performed on the comforter, there was no standard procedures at NMS for you to follow with the preparation of the matrix to be tested. Because I understand you guys have standard procedures for the testing. But in order to extract the matrix, there was no standard procedures, were there?
There is a standard operating procedure called forensic investigations. But due to the very nature of these, we don't know what material we're receiving. It's not specific to an item, like an item of clothing or a metal item or a wood item. Every one of these cases is very unique and different, but there is a general standard operating procedure dictating that we need to provide controls. We need to assess the sample. We need to try and take pictures when possible to document what we're seeing, what we're doing. Typically, we try to perform the extraction with methanol, but depending on the nature of the case, we do have autonomy to try and do the extraction with other chemicals if we believe the methanol may not work appropriately. It is a standard operating procedure, but it allows a lot of flexibility for the toxicologist performing it to use it as needed to the case at hand, because these are so rare and so unique and so individual to the case.
In fact, I think that you classified this as a unique case of something you had to create, correct?
It is unique. I handwrote all my notes as I was following that standard operating procedure to dictate specifically what I was doing for this case at this time. So you are showing some of my handwritten notes that I was taking contemporaneously while I was in the laboratory performing this.
But you'll agree with me, this is not something that's ordinarily done, is it?
It is not commonly performed. Our laboratory only does a handful of these, only maybe a couple a year. So it is very uniquely done.
And there are no peer reviews or any type of audits in regards to this particular testing that you created, isn't it?
I mean, so once I extract the biological fluid off of the sample, those samples are run under the normal test methods of the laboratory. Same type of testing as a blood or a urine sample. Really, the extra handling part is me extracting that biological fluid off of in this case, the comforter. In other cases, we've had clothing, we've had metal, we've had various items received at the laboratory, even bone testing, things of that nature. So it is going through a validated test method, and then me running these extra control samples are ensuring the acceptability of the extraction method, proving that I have successfully extracted drugs from that item of clothing at the same time.
However, you'll agree with me that extracting the very matrix that you're testing is one of the most important parts, right?
It's very important. We need to be able to separate the drugs from the matrix.
Exactly, and so that is the part that has not been peer reviewed.
I disagree.
Okay. This has been peer reviewed prior to you doing it by someone?
I'm not understanding your definition of peer reviewed.
Has anyone, well, let me back up. When you are accredited, there has to be reviews by your peers that what you are performing is up to the proper standard. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and so that's what I'm asking. That hasn't been done in regard to the extraction of the matrix from this comforter. No one peer reviewed it prior to you doing it.
The acceptability of the controls run in parallel proves that this worked correctly. That is the review process there. The controls run in parallel at the same time as the case sample are proving the acceptability of this method.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. It hasn't been peer reviewed by anyone prior to you doing it.
But that would be true of all cases and samples then in an extraction by your definition of peer review. If a blood test is run, there's no one peer reviewing that blood test at that exact time. We run those control samples in parallel, and that helps ensure the accuracy of the run, the accuracy of the result, the accuracy of the extraction.
Dr. Methune, you're not saying that every other process at NMS, when you are reviewing that vial of blood, has not been peer reviewed. You're not saying that.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm saying your definition of peer reviewed is misleading. We have published on this process. There are other similar processes in toxicology that use very similar methods, something called dried blood spots. So it's blood that's dried onto a piece of thick cardstock paper, and then they will punch out those pieces of blood-soaked paper release the blood and the drugs from that paper and test that. That is a common toxicology test performed. It's also similar to things like sweat patches. So it's a similar technique used in a lot of other toxicology testing. And there are controls run in parallel there as well. And it's the accuracy of those controls that proves that the extraction process worked, the testing is working, that if drugs are present, I am able to pull those drugs out of that paper or fabric or whatever the matrix might be at that point, and perform accurate toxicology testing.
Let me use a better term. How about validated? Has it been validated? Yes or no, Dr. Mathone? Has it been validated?
What is it?
The testing procedure that you created to test that comfort, has it been validated prior to you creating it?
The test method is validated. It's the same test methods used in the laboratory.
Who validated it? If you just created it for this particular comforter, then who validated it?
I didn't create the test method. The test method is the instrument method and that process. I'm speaking
about the extraction of the very matrix from that comforter. I understand that once you test it, that's a validated peer-reviewed process. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the method you created to pull the matrix from the comforter. Has that been validated prior to you doing it?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. It is the controls in parallel are proving it's working. We don't validate individually an extraction method. The extraction is usually part of the test method and procedure as a whole. So running those parallel controls and then running it on the validated test method, something that was developed in the laboratory and has run thousands and thousands of samples and worked accurately, that part has been validated, but as far as I know, we don't typically validate just an extraction portion of a procedure.
Okay. In regards to this particular test, and to that point, there were several things that were found on this comforter originally, wasn't there?
Are you referring to the pink kind of solid particles?
No.
Oh.
I'm specifically referring to the fentanyl that was found, correct?
You're referring to the findings, yes.
Mm-hmm. And the cocaine? Correct?
Yes.
And the BZE, correct?
Yes.
But there were other things that were originally found as well, wasn't there?
You're gonna have to reference that for me.
Do you remember receiving information in regards to some of the findings that was originally found on this comforter?
Yes, I was made aware. So there was an immunoassay screen performed originally, and it was a basic panel screen. So it looked for multiple drug classes. We discussed immunoassays yesterday, and they have some limitations involved. But I received information that on top of the cocaine and metabolites and then the fentanyl, we had some indications of positive results on both the methamphetamine plate and the cannabinoids plate. And I was asked if I wanted to pursue those findings. However, I did not spike the samples for the methamphetamine and the cannabinoids, so I can't trust the accuracy of that result. I don't have controls run in parallel at that time that can ensure me I am properly detecting cannabinoids and methamphetamine. It could be an interference from the fabric. It could be an interference from one of the buffers used. I just don't have something that can help me definitively separate out those results accurately. And I didn't have approval from the agency at that time to pursue cannabinoids or methamphetamine.
Why don't you have other controls to perform the further testing?
I wasn't asked to. We specifically follow what we were asked and requested to do. And in this case, the very specific notes made from the agency were asking us to pursue the cocaine and the fentanyl.
Okay, but prior to that, you stated I didn't have, notwithstanding them asking you to further test it, you just stated I didn't have the controls in order to do proper testing because the spikes weren't in. Why didn't you have those controls?
I didn't spike a low control sample and a high control sample with cannabinoids or methamphetamine. I only spiked them with the two drugs being asked for.
Okay. And so that's why you didn't have the controls?
Correct.
Okay. And so, but you did, at some point, this testing showed up that it was cannabinoids as well as methamphetamine on this very same comforter.
There were indications of it, but immunoassays are prone to false positives and false negatives. So without having proper controls there, you really can't make any determination on what those results mean.
And you just stated that you did not have approval from the agency to further test whether or not these findings were in fact true. Is that what you just stated?
Correct, because there is cost involved with all of these tests. I didn't spike with those samples. So in order for me to pursue that type of testing, I would have had to go back and create entirely new samples and basically repeat this test all over again. And so there are costs involved that the agency would have to approve.
Who was the agency, or what agency was it?
This was submitted through Metro Nashville,
The police department?
the police department.
And so, given that this was in fact a case where there was an investigation into a possible drug poisoning or drug overdose, did anyone from Metro Nashville Police Department reach out and say, hey, we need to know if these substances are in fact on this comforter because we want to know the truth? Did anybody reach out and ask you to go ahead and perform that test?
No, and also to be fair, I don't recall us having a conversation with them about the uncertainty of those results. When I went back and looked at the data, cannabinoids was positive in every single sample, including my external lab control, which indicates that it's likely due to something in the run, like the buffer that we once I extract, I reconstitute, it's called. I reconstituted the samples in a buffer. Something like that could be at play there, causing an interference with that screen. So I really was uncomfortable trusting anything with those results, knowing that it was likely some sort of an interferent. I did go back after our conversation and look to see if I ever had any sort of a communication with Metro Nashville, or if anyone in client services had one about these results. We could not locate that we had ever notified them or had a conversation with them about them. So they didn't ask me to pursue it, but they also, I don't believe, were notified that that was the case.
Were they ever notified that that was the case?
I don't believe so. I can't find any record that we had that conversation.
And so then, in a case as serious as this, no one looked further to ensure that that was either true or not true?
Not that I'm aware of. We were asked to focus on the cocaine and the fentanyl, and that is what we focused on.
Methamphetamines, that is a type of controlled substance as well, is it not?
There are rare prescriptions for it. They do exist, but typically it is an illicit substance.
And it would be in a Schedule II drug?
Oh, I'm not sure what it's scheduled as. Scheduling changes quite often. I try not to memorize them.
You're a forensic toxicologist who tests substances and you try not to remember the schedules of the drugs you're testing?
I don't memorize them because they can vary by state sometimes as to how it's being applied. So I do not memorize the exact scheduling of the drugs because they do sometimes change as well. The FDA changes, or the Controlled Substances Act can change them from time to time. So I prefer to look them up when asked than to rely on memory for things like that.
Do you remember what schedule cocaine is in?
Off the top of my head, no.
Now, in regards to the comforter, there were other things that were found as well, wasn't there?
You're asking about the findings.
Yes, ma'am, the findings. There was a test for cocaethylene, wasn't it?
On the comforter?
Yes, ma'am.
It may have been included in the scope of that test.
Okay.
I believe so.
And just so that we're clear, we're talking about the vomit that was found on the comforter at Jade Benning's apartment. That's what we're testing, right? On litigation packet 231292885.
Okay.
No, I'm asking, I want to make sure that's what we're testing, the vomit.
Yeah, so I'm looking, it looks like the samples are listed here. There's one labeled SD, and then at the end of it, it says G1, 1 plus 99, and then there's G1, 1 plus 9. So those are the dilutions.
Okay. So if we look at, and let me orient you. Let me do it a better way. This is going to be, I'm sorry, page 789 of the litigation packet. Do you see that 007?
Yes.
And just so that we are clear, .007 is the case sample. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the case sample will be the exact piece of fabric created with the vomitus on it, correct?
Yes.
There is a presence of cocaethylene, albeit it's not above the reporting limit, but it is present, correct?
Can you scroll to the right so I can see if the ion ratio is in?
It was in.
It was in, okay.
Okay. So that means the presence of cocaethylene was there, wasn't it?
There are indications, yes.
But that wasn't reported in or told, was it? On your findings.
It was under the detection limit.
Wouldn't it have been, though, important to state that cocaethylene was present, albeit it was under the detection limit? But just so that we have a clear picture of what's going on, wouldn't that be important?
But that would go against reporting standards.
There was also another finding. Page 450 of the litigation packet. This is for fentanyl, isn't it?
Yes, that's the fentanyl quant.
And you see where I've marked there. There's also a finding of fentanyl in the vomitus, correct?
Based on how low this is, I would want to look at the chromatography there and ensure it wasn't noise. That's very low.
But it was present, based on these findings here, right?
There is some activity in that window, but I would want to look at the chromatography to ensure that it was an accurate peak shape, and that it looked consistent with kind of an accurate fentanyl response.
But if we looked at these findings, these reportings, it's present, isn't it? It's below the limit, but it's there.
Without looking at that chromatography, I don't want to make that statement, because you can have noise in that window. You can have peaks and background noise in there, which will give you some of these low lingering values. So that is where we have multiple pieces of criteria for accepting a result.
So if this wasn't noise there, then it would, according to these numbers, it would be present.
There may be some indications of it there, yes. If the peak was acceptable, it looked visually acceptable.
Okay. And if it was, then not only if it wasn't, we'll verify that. There would not only be cocaethylene present in the vomitus, it would also be fentanyl.
Based on the totality of the case, I would say it potentially means presence of fentanyl across that comforter, just because we know that there was a fentanyl presence in that negative control located other places on the comforter. I can't necessarily state that it was in the vomitus itself.
And in fact, you're right. In another spot on that same comforter, in another place, you found fentanyl.
Yes.
And this was before Ms. Benning ever went to Vanderbilt, correct?
I have no idea when the comforter was collected.
Now, I want to now draw your attention to NMS work order 230-78883. If you look at the original report for litigation packet 230-7883, what is that representing in terms of the matrix here?
This is a urine matrix.
And what's the date on the collection of that urine matrix?
It was provided to us as February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
However, there was in fact another report generated just some 10 days before trial started. Do you see that?
Yes.
And labeled corrected report. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this report, dated 3/22/23, there was in fact a finding of fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And this would have been in the blood of, in the urine of Jade Benning on 2/25/23 at 10:59 p.m., correct? According to this report.
The results didn't change. The only change to the report is the collection date and time. Correct.
Right. Because 10 days before we started trial, you issued another report that's your signature, correct?
It is my signature, yes.
On June 9th, 26. And you issued another report with a whole nother day, correct?
This was based on the request of the DA's office. They had information stating that the original time provided on the requisition form was incorrect and had asked us to correct it to make the report accurate.
Now, a common practice in medical records and forensic toxicology and things like that is to not change dates and times and things of that nature, isn't it?
If changes are made, it should be noted or highlighted what the change is, but it does happen sometimes. Sometimes the name provided to us is misspelled or the wrong name's provided. Sometimes the requisition form is provided with an incorrect date or time. It happens a lot, especially in driving under the influence investigations. So we do get asked to do corrected reports with demographic information.
And I want to draw your attention to litigation packet 230-86183. And that is the report that we talked about earlier, where you issued a new report as the new analyst simultaneously with the report ending in 889. You remember us talking about that earlier?
I do.
Now, the original date on this report is March 17th of 2023. You see that?
I do see it.
And there was a report issued prior to that on March 13th of 2013.
Yes, there was. It was a preliminary report, so testing had not completed.
Okay, so the 313 was the preliminary report, and then the final report would have been 317 of 23. Is that right?
Correct.
And you weren't the original analyst there, as we discussed.
I was not. Yes, I was not on the original reports.
And then you issued the corrected report on that one. Is that right?
Corrected in this case is my signature.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and this, okay. So the only thing that was corrected was your signature in that report.
That was the only difference noted for that one, yes.
Okay. Now I want to draw your attention to, let me find it. Litigation packet 231-57452. Do you see the original date on this report?
So the original date would have been June 8th, 2023, and then the supplemental report was issued June 21st, 2023.
Okay. And let's, so that the jury is aware, there is fentanyl present in this report as well, correct?
So to clarify, this is the same urine sample from the report that had the corrected time. The difference here is that the original urine came in through Vanderbilt and came in as a clinical sample. During the course of the investigation, it was asked that the sample be transferred to the ownership of the Metro Nashville Police Department. And so when that happened, a new work order was assigned to that exact same sample. It's the same urine sample. And it was then entered in with additional testing added.
Okay. And the additional testing would have been the testing for the fentanyl.
You can see the 3 tests there. We were asked to test for cocaine, designer opioids, and fentanyl.
Okay. And that's the report for June 21st, right?
There was a original request,
You're speaking of this one? Right.
yes, on June 8th, and then the supplemental is the one on the 21st. So the supplemental, they asked us to do an additional test. And so supplemental refers to additional testing was performed.
Sure. And on June 8th, there was the presence of 4-ANPP, correct?
Correct.
And 4-ANPP is commonly known as an illicit form of fentanyl, isn't it?
That's misleading. It can be a natural metabolite of medical grade fentanyl. It can also be a manufacturing ingredient in the making of illicit fentanyl. It's the same drug either way. It's chemically very similar to fentanyl. So it can be present both as a metabolite or as some sort of a precursor material for fentanyl.
However, if it was a medical grade of fentanyl, we would expect to see norfentanyl as well, wouldn't we?
That was not included in the scope of the test that this 4-AMPP came from.
Well, then let's take a look at the 621. Because they did ask you to test for norfentanyl, didn't they?
Yes,
Okay. And that's where you see it here, right?
yes.
Okay. But we still see 4-AMPP.
So the original results from the report on June 8th are still on there. And then you see the new results from the additional test asked for.
And if we look at the collection of this urine from Ms. Benning, what is the date? Let's start here on the report of June 8th of 2023.
So it was the date provided originally from the original submission from Vanderbilt. It was dated as February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
And then on June 21st report, what is the date of the urine that was collected?
It's still the same date, February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
And we talked earlier that you rely on whatever the matrix or the vial that is sent to you and the sticker that's placed there by the agency that sent it to you, correct?
To fill out this portion of the report,
Yes.
this is based on the requisition form. But if you see there's a note underneath with the status of the urine, it said it was thin and brown with a chunk. We also noted that there was some additional label sticker on that urine container. And this is something we do with forensic reports.
Now, let's talk about that. A brown chunk within urine. Urine is not commonly chunky, is it?
Not commonly, but you can see a wide variety of things in urine if you do enough urine testing. It can be different colors. It can have infectious colonies in it. If someone has an infection, there can be some pretty strange and unusual things in there.
But it also could be because it wasn't stored properly, and as a result, a buildup of bacteria or something formed within it as well, correct?
That's what I mean by colonies. There could be something in there, yes.
And then that would yield it questionable about whether or not we should even be relying on these tests, right?
How so?
If something is formed and created inside of the very matrix that we're testing and we're relying on something as important as this, bacteria shouldn't grow to the point that it becomes clunky, should it?
These are forensic cases at this point, and so they're a once in a lifetime sample. So we get samples in a lot of different forms of decay, and it's the only samples we have available to test. So it impacts the interpretation of the results, but it doesn't impact our ability to physically test that sample, if that makes sense.
It does. However, the first time that urine was tested, there was no notation that a chunk was present, was it?
That is not part of the process for accessioning and inventorying a clinical sample. So it's possible it was there, it's just not part of that standard process. Clinical samples are treated differently than forensic samples. They undergo a different process.
I'm speaking about when it was originally tested with NMS.
Correct.
That urine was tested before, and there was no notation that there was a brown chunk in it.
It's not part of that. Notating something like that is not part of the inventorying and accessioning process on the clinical side.
Then why was it reported here if it's not part of the process?
Because now you've switched to forensic. You moved from Vanderbilt Hospital clinical sample, and then it was switched over, ownership, testing, responsibility there to Metro Nashville PD, which is a forensic agency.
Okay, I'm sorry, I must have misled you as to what I was asking. I'm speaking about, for example, in litigation report 230788883, the same urine, there was no notation of a brown chunk, was there?
Correct, I believe I just answered that. This is the clinical sample. It is not part of our clinical inventory process to make notations like that.
But you made it here.
That became a forensic agency sample at that point.
So it wasn't a forensic agency here?
Not due to the agreements with the samples and the testing ordered. We separate that accessioning process between a clinical sample and a forensic sample.
So are you stating that when Ms. Benning, when Metro Police Department sent you this blood, sent you this urine, that you didn't realize that it was for the purpose of an investigation?
Originally, no, it came through as a clinical sample and a clinical request from a hospital.
And so even though then what you're saying is that because it came from a hospital, if a brown chunk was inside of this very urine that you now had to homogenize, right? Because you stated earlier that you can't test a chunk of something. You have to homogenize it, right?
Correct.
And if you had to homogenize it, surely whether it was clinical or forensic, you would know that, wouldn't you?
The look and status of the sample on the clinical side is not noted as it is on a forensic sample. It's a different process. Clinical samples, there's a faster turnaround time. It's verifying that the unique either medical record code or whatever that patient ID code is matches what's on the tube, and then those samples are prioritized and run very quickly. They have a very quick turnaround time because usually it's a diagnostic request where medical treatment may be waiting on the results of that sample. So they are prioritized and put through very quickly. Forensic is taking your time more, documenting more, because there is that threat of possible litigation purposes down the road. So there is more documentation, and it is a different process from the clinical. It's just due to the purpose of those tests and those samples.
And so you're testifying that if someone is in the hospital and there's a doctor somewhere waiting on the results of this test, and you had to homogenize it, you had a chunk found in that urine, you're stating that you would not let that doctor know, who's going to depend on your findings in order to what type of treatment he will give this patient, that you would not inform him that there's a chunk in it and it had to be homogenized. Is that what you're saying to the jury?
If at the time that sample came in and was accessioned on the clinical side, so accessioning is when it's first entered and inventoried, if the technicians in the receiving department deemed that the sample was unsuitable for the testing requested to be performed, they would actually cancel the request and say we can't do it. So they determined at the time that sample arrived, there was enough sample in the correct format to perform the testing requested.
And no notation of a chunk was present.
It's not part of that process.
Okay. Nonetheless, notwithstanding all of that, 10 days before trial, another report was issued, corrected report, correct?
Yes.
And that same urine, the date was changed to 2/26/9/22. Is that right?
Yes.
And you weren't the original person who created or performed this test either, right?
Actually, I was the original person that signed both that clinical and then this subsequent one, which is why I knew that it had been transferred ownership between the hospital to Metro Nashville PD. That is why they asked me to be the reviewer for this one, so that we maintained the same person throughout that chain.
Okay, so you were the one who elected not to put the brown chunk on the report.
No, it's just not part of the process for the clinical side. It is not part of our standard operating procedure. It is not noted for clinical samples.
I want to now take you to in the medical records for VUMC page 69 and 70. Do you see at the bottom of this page a collection of urine at 2259 for a urine drug screen? Do you see that?
I do.
And then you see another specimen collected, urine drug screen with ID numbers attached to it. Do you see that?
I see it.
And at the top of page 70, you also see 2259 urinalysis microscope. Do you see that?
I do.
That would coincide with the original documentation on those reports as it relates to the urine that NMS received for Jade Benning, would it not?
That was the original, yes, date and time noted.
And much like that, I would take you to page 116 of the medical records. Do you see where it says addendum cocaine screen from ARUP, which is the metabolite BZE resulted from 227 at 8:23 a.m. was positive? Do you see that notation?
I do.
And that would coincide with what I will mark as defendant's exhibit.
Oh my God, this lady just will not stop with this. Just on and on and on and on and on. I mean, just stand up and tell the jury how you feel and get it over with. The judge is probably thinking, oh God, I came here on a Saturday for this. I should have made it clear to this lawyer that she wasn't going to discuss this. Anyways, thank you for being here or in the replay. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. All right, here we go.
3 of the ARUP result and the urine here. 227. Do you see that?
I do. Yes. Side is not noted as it is on a forensic sample. It's a different problem. Yes.
There is a presence of cocaethylene, albeit is not above the reporting limit, but it is present, correct?
Can you scroll to the right so I can see if the ion ratio is in?
It was in.
It was in, okay.
Okay. So that means the presence of cocaethylene was there, wasn't it?
There are indications, yes.
But that wasn't reported in or told, was it? On your findings.
It was under the detection limit.
Wouldn't it have been, though, important to state that cocaethylene was present, albeit it was under the detection limit, but just so that we have a clear picture of what's going on? Wouldn't that be important?
But that would go against reporting standards.
There was also another another finding. Page 450 of the litigation packet. This is for fentanyl, isn't it?
Yes, that's the fentanyl quant.
And you see where I've marked there. There's also a finding of fentanyl in the vomitus, correct?
Based on how low this is, I would want to look at the chromatography there and ensure it wasn't noise. That's very low.
But it was present, based on these findings here, right?
There is some activity in that window, but I would want to look at the chromatography to ensure that it was an accurate peak shape, and that it looked consistent with kind of an accurate fentanyl response.
But if we looked at these findings, these reportings, it's present, isn't it? It's below the limit, but it's there.
Without looking at that chromatography, I don't want to make that statement, because you can have noise in that window. You can have peaks and background noise in there, which will give you some of these low lingering values. So that is where we have multiple pieces of criteria for accepting a result.
So if this wasn't noise there, then it would, according to these numbers, it would be present.
There may be some indications of it there, yes. If the peak was acceptable, it looked visually acceptable.
Okay. And if it was, then not only if it wasn't, we'll verify that, there would not only be cocaethylene present in the vomitus, it would also be fentanyl.
Based on the totality of the case, I would say it potentially means presence of fentanyl across that comforter, just because we know that there was a fentanyl presence in that negative control located other places on the comforter. I can't necessarily state that it was in vomitus itself.
And in fact, you're right. In another spot on that same comforter, in another place, you found fentanyl.
Yes.
And this was before Ms. Benning ever went to Vanderbilt, correct?
I have no idea when the comforter was collected.
Now, I want to now draw your attention to NMS work order 230-78883. If you look at the original report for litigation packet 230-7883, what is that representing in terms of the matrix here?
This is a urine matrix.
And what's the date on the collection of that urine matrix?
It was provided to us as February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
However, there was in fact another report generated There was another report generated just some 10 days before trial started. Do you see that?
Yes.
And labeled corrected report. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this report, dated 3/22/23, there was in fact a finding of fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And this would have been in the blood of, in the urine of Jade Benning on 2/25/23 at 10:59 p.m., correct? According to this report.
The results didn't change. The only change to the report is the collection date and time, correct?
Right. Because 10 days before we started trial, you issued another report that's your signature, correct?
It is my signature, yes.
On June 9th, 26. And you issued another report with a whole nother day, correct?
This was based on the request of the DA's office. They had information stating that the original time provided on the requisition form was incorrect and had asked us to correct it to make the report accurate.
Now, a common practice in medical records and forensic toxicology and things like that is to not change dates and times and things of that nature, isn't it?
If changes are made, it should be noted or highlighted what the change is, but it does happen sometimes. Sometimes the name provided to us is misspelled or the wrong name's provided. Sometimes the requisition form is provided with the incorrect date or time. It happens a lot, especially in driving under the influence investigations. So we do get asked to do corrected reports with demographic information.
And I want to draw your attention to litigation packet 230-86183. And that is the report that we talked about earlier, where you issued a new report as the new analyst simultaneously with the report ending in 889. You remember us talking about that earlier?
I do.
Now, the original date on this report is March 17th of 2023. You see that?
I do see it.
And there was a report issued prior to that on March 13th of 2013.
Yes, there was. It was a preliminary report, so testing had not completed.
Okay, so the 313 was the preliminary report, and then the final report would have been 317 of 23. Is that right?
Correct.
And you weren't the original analyst there, as we discussed.
I was not, yes, I was not on the original reports.
And then you issued the corrected report on that one. Is that right?
Corrected in this case is my signature,
Yes.
yes.
Oh, in this, okay. So the only thing that was corrected was your signature in that report.
That was the only difference noted for that one, yes.
Now I want to draw your attention to, let me find it. Litigation packet 231-57452. Do you see the original date on this report?
So the original date would have been June 8th. 2023, and then the supplemental report was issued June 21st, 2023.
Okay. And so that the jury is aware, there is fentanyl present in this report as well, correct?
So to clarify, this is the same urine sample from the report that had the corrected time. The difference here is that the original urine came in through Vanderbilt and came in as a clinical sample. During the course of the investigation, it was asked that the sample be transferred to the ownership of the Metro Nashville Police Department. And so when that happened, a new work order was assigned to that exact same sample. It's the same urine sample. And it was then entered in under Metro Nashville with additional testing added.
And the additional testing would have been the testing for the fentanyl.
You can see the 3 tests there. We were asked to test for cocaine, designer opioids, and fentanyl.
And that's the report for June 21st, right?
There was an original request,
You're speaking of this one? Right.
yes, on June 8th, and then the supplemental is the one on the 21st. So the supplemental, they asked us to do an additional test, and so supplemental refers to additional testing was performed.
Sure. And on June 8th, there was the presence of 4-ANPP, correct?
Correct.
And 4-ANPP is commonly known as an illicit form of fentanyl, isn't it?
That's misleading. It can be a natural metabolite of medical grade fentanyl. It can also be a manufacturing ingredient in the making of illicit fentanyl. It's the same drug either way. It's chemically very similar to fentanyl. So it can be present both as a metabolite or as some sort of a precursor material for fentanyl.
However, if it was a medical grade of fentanyl, we would expect to see norfentanyl as well, wouldn't we?
That was not included in the scope of the test that this 4-ANPP came from.
Well, then let's take a look at the 621. Because they did ask you to test for norfentanyl, didn't they?
Yes,
Okay. And that's where you see it here, right?
yes.
Okay. But we still see 4-ANPP.
So the original results from the report on June 8th are still on there. And then you see the new results from the additional test asked for.
And if we look at the collection of this urine from Ms. Benning, what is the date? Let's start here on the report of June 8th of 2023.
So it was the date provided originally from the original submission from Vanderbilt. It was dated as February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
And then on June 21st report, what is the date of the urine that was collected?
It's still the same date, February 25th, 2023 at 22:59.
And we talked earlier that you rely on whatever the matrix or the vial that is sent to you and the sticker that's placed there by the agency that sent it to you, correct?
To fill out this portion of the report,
Yes.
this is based on the requisition form. But if you see there's a note underneath with the status of the urine, it said it was thin and brown with a chunk. We also noted that there was some additional label sticker on that urine container. And this is something we do with forensic reports.
Now, let's talk about that. A brown chunk within urine. Urine is not commonly chunky, is it?
Not commonly, but you can see a wide variety of things in urine. If you do enough urine testing, it can be different colors. It can have infectious colonies in it. If someone has an infection, there can be some pretty strange and unusual things in there.
But it also could be because it wasn't stored properly, and as a result, a buildup of bacteria or something formed within it as well, correct?
That's what I mean by colonies. There could be something in there, yes.
And then that would yield it questionable about whether or not we should even be relying on these tests, right?
How so?
If something is formed and created inside of the very matrix that we're testing and we're relying on something as important as this, bacteria shouldn't grow to the point that it becomes clunky, should it?
These are forensic cases at this point, and so they're a once in a lifetime sample. So we get samples in a lot of different forms of decay, and it's the only samples we have available to test. So it impacts the interpretation of the results, but it doesn't impact our ability to physically test that sample, if that makes sense.
It does. However, the first time that the urine was tested, there was no notation that a chunk was present, was there?
That is not part of the process for accessioning and inventorying a clinical sample. So it's possible it was there, it's just not part of that standard process. Clinical samples are treated differently than forensic samples. They undergo a different process.
I'm speaking about when it was originally tested with NMS.
Correct.
That urine was tested before, and there was no notation that there was a brown chunk in it.
It's not part of that. Notating something like that is not part of the inventorying and accessioning process on the clinical side.
Then why was it reported here if it's not part of the process?
Because now you've switched to forensic. You moved from Vanderbilt Hospital clinical sample, and then it was switched over, ownership, testing, responsibility there to Metro Nashville PD, which is a forensic agency.
Okay, I'm sorry, I must have misled you as to what I was asking. I'm speaking about, for example, in litigation report 230788883, the same urine, there was no notation of a brown chunk, was there?
Correct, I believe I just answered that. This is the clinical sample. It is not part of our clinical inventory process to make notations like that.
But you made it here.
That became a forensic agency sample at that point.
So it wasn't a forensic agency here?
Not due to the agreements with the samples and the testing ordered. We separate that accessioning process between a clinical sample and a forensic sample.
So are you stating that when Ms. Benning, when Metro Police Department sent you this blood, sent you this urine, that you didn't realize that it was for the purpose of an investigation?
Originally, no, it came through as a clinical sample and a clinical request from a hospital.
And so even though then what you're saying is that because it came from a hospital, if a brown chunk was inside of this very urine that you now had to homogenize, right? Because you stated earlier that you can't test a chunk of something. You have to homogenize it, right?
Correct.
And if you had to homogenize it, surely whether it was clinical or forensic, you would know that, wouldn't you?
The look and status of the sample on the clinical side is not noted as it is on a forensic sample. It's a different process. Clinical samples, there's a faster turnaround time. It's verifying that the unique either medical record code or whatever that patient ID code is matches what's on the tube, and then those samples are prioritized and run very quickly. They have a very quick turnaround time because usually it's a diagnostic request where medical treatment may be waiting on the results of that sample, so they are prioritized and put through very quickly. Forensic is taking your time more, documenting more, because there is that threat of possible litigation purposes down the road. So there is more documentation, and it is a different process from the clinical. It's just due to the purpose of those tests and those samples.
And so you're testifying that if someone is in the hospital and there's a doctor somewhere waiting on the results of this test, and you had to homogenize it, you had a chunk found in that urine, you're stating that you would not let that doctor know who's going to depend on your findings in order to what type of treatment he will give this patient, that you would not inform him that there's a chunk in it and it had to be homogenized. Is that what you're saying to the jury?
If at the time that sample came in and was accessioned on the clinical side, so accessioning is when it's first entered and inventoried, if the technicians in the receiving department deemed that the sample was unsuitable for the testing requested to be performed, they would actually cancel the request and say we can't do it. So they determined at the time that sample arrived, there was enough sample in the correct format to perform the testing requested.
And no notation of a chunk is present.
It's not part of that process.
Okay. Nonetheless, notwithstanding all of that, 10 days before trial, another report was issued, corrected report, correct?
Yes,
And that same urine, the date was changed to 2/26/9/22. Is that right?
yes,
And you were the original person who created or performed this test either, right?
actually, I was the original person that signed both that clinical and then this subsequent one, which is why I knew that it had been transferred ownership between the hospital to Metro Nashville PD. That is why they asked me to be the reviewer for this one, so that we maintained the same person throughout that chain.
Okay, so you were the one who elected not to put the brown chunk on the report.
No, it's just not part of the process for the clinical side. It is not part of our standard operating procedure. It is not noted for clinical samples.
Okay. I want to now take you to in the medical records for VUNC page 69 and 70. Do you see at the bottom of this page a collection of urine at 22:59 for a urine drug screen? Do you see that?
I do.
And then you see another specimen collected, urine drug screen with ID numbers attached to it. Do you see that?
I see it.
And at the top of page 70, you also see 2259 urinalysis microscopy. You see that?
I do.
That would coincide with the original documentation on those reports as it relates to the urine that NMS received for Jade Benning, would it not?
That was the original, yes, date and time noted.
And much like that, I would take you to page 116 of the medical records. Do you see where it says addendum cocaine screen from ARUP, which is the metabolite BZE resulted from 227 at 8:23 a.m. was positive? Do you see that notation?
I do.
And that would coincide with what I will mark as Defendant's Exhibit 3 of the ARUP result and the urine here. 227, do you see that?
I do.
much like we just saw with,
Okay, we'll mark exhibit.
Oh,
They won't be attached exhibit,
Oh,
they'll just be in number.
and then finally, Dr. Bethune, we were able to, let's go back to the fentanyl.
And remember you stated that you wanted to look at the windows and the peaks in the windows?
Yes.
You see that?
I do, you can see, so if you look across the top of the page, the D5 is our internal standard. So those are looking appropriate. If you look at the two on the right-hand side, we look at two separate ions when we're looking here. So the first is our target ion. The second one on the right is a qualifier ion. And we do see some slight indications here. This is a nice peak shape. It looks that nice bell curve shape, but you also do see that qualifier on the back side has a long tail on the right side. So it's not a great peak, but it does look to be a possible indication of fentanyl there. It is not background noise. It's a possible indication.
Correct. So there is a possible indication of fentanyl in the vomitus on the comforter of Jade Benning.
There's a possible indication from that sample swatch, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Casey.
You need to read your rep.
Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, I am going to need a couple of exhibits passed to the witness. Can we have exhibit 34 and 39? Thank you. Dr. Mithun, you've just been handed exhibits 34 and 39. Exhibit 34 should be the CFSRE report 00-92. And then exhibit 39 should be the NMS litigation packet. It begins with a 15-page report. And I don't know if they left the post-it on the analysis requisition form.
It's still there.
And yesterday you testified to this on direct, and we kind of synced up the two NMS work orders on these two separate reports. And you said that they match, correct?
Yes.
And then I asked you to look at the litigation paperwork so that you can verify the very specific specimen ID from Vanderbilt University Medical Center. And you were able to do that, and we talked about the specific barcode and that there was a specimen ID, and that was something very specific to this requisition form. Is that right?
Yes,
And this particular sample, that first urine at 2259, was sent to NMS, and NMS transferred it to CFSRE, correct?
correct.
It wasn't tested at NMS. CFSRE did the testing on this particular sample.
Vanderbilt specifically called and told us not to test this sample, and specifically asked us to transfer it over to CFSRE. So the testing on it was canceled at the request of a doctor at Vanderbilt.
And yesterday, we matched this up with the specific DUNC medical record with that specific specimen ID, so we know the exact time.
Yes,
And then, on direct testimony, I did not ask you any questions about the NMS work order number 230788883 that then transferred to 231574452. I did not ask you any questions. We did not submit those reports. Is that correct?
I don't recall. There have been a lot of work orders. I don't believe so.
If it's not one of the exhibits, would you agree with me?
If it's not one of the exhibits, yes, I agree.
And so now I would like to ask that this witness be passed the first 6 pages of the litigation packet associated with 230788883. And if you could go to the last page, which is the 6th page.
Yes,
And on this, we have a requisition form that has that same date on it, but we are missing a barcode and a specimen ID on the requisition form. Is that correct?
correct.
Which that is then the thing that allows us to tell us which specimen this is.
It helps identify it, yes.
And so I'm putting up the requisition ID from on the left of the screen. We have the sample that was sent to CFSRE that was not tested at NMS with the barcode. And then we have on the right, the one defense counsel was just asking you about. The state did not submit this testing. And we don't have a barcode, but we have the exact same date, time, and it almost looks completely identical. Is that correct?
Yes, they're very similar, yes.
And we know that this one on the left with barcode, that one you see is FRE, that is the one with the barcode and the specimen ID that matches the medical records. And that is what Dr. Krolewski testified to in the report that you have in your hand. It all matches up, correct?
Yes,
And this one on the right, it does not match up because it doesn't have the correct information, does it?
it doesn't have additional information.
And you were asked recently to update the report because the report had a collection time that we knew was incorrect.
Correct.
And so if anyone were to submit the NMS reports during this trial, the one thing we knew is that date and time was not right, and we did not want it reflected on the report that would go into evidence. Is that correct?
The original released reports were deemed to have the incorrect time, so yes.
Is it correct, Dr. Minton, that we actually discussed that well in advance? It was just when we were getting close to trial, we realized the report itself had never been changed.
Yes, we've been discussing this since at least October of last year.
And part of that is why additional tests for fentanyl were run, just to ensure that that first urine and that first blood that only had cocaine in it, that everything was correct. And all the subsequent testing that has cocaine and fentanyl, that is all after medical treatment.
It was not always clear why they were adding extra testing at the time they were doing so. So now in the context and years later, having that information, it makes more sense. From my side, I only knew that they were asking us to add fentanyl at the time to verify if fentanyl was present. So in the context of time passing and understanding more of what happened here, it makes sense why more of that testing was added and why it was transferred over the way it was.
Okay, so we cleared that up. Let's go back to the comforter. We were asked a lot of questions about fentanyl on the comforter, and you said that that can be noise, and that if you had kind of that noise marker in multiple places, and you would not say that it meant there was any fentanyl connected to the actual sample that tested positive for cocaine.
I think to clarify, I don't feel that the fentanyl necessarily can be stated it was from the vomit. It could be on the comforter. It could have been on the fabric or the swatch. I can't draw a parallel and say that it was connected to the vomitus necessarily. It could be an artifact that was on the comforter because we have low levels in other locations in the absence of the cocaine.
And you said that that was a trace amount, correct?
It was a very low quantity, well below the detection limit.
And that could be from some type of external contamination.
Certainly.
And Ms. Holland spent a lot of time asking you about peer review, and I don't think we were really talking about peer review. Dr. Mithen, you actually have published on this process that you utilize to test the comforter, but actually this particular comforter and the testing that you did in this case. Is that correct?
It is one of the cases in a case series. Myself and other toxicologists with NMS who performed this type of unique testing, we did publish a paper last year. It has been, I guess, peer reviewed or reviewed as part of the journal writing process and deemed acceptable by peers in our field.
And I would ask that the witness be passed a document, which you provided a copy of your published journal article during our discussions in preparation for trial.
Yes.
Which that was also provided to the defense counsel.
Yes.
And so the questions about your handwritten notes, that is your process. It's something that is unique because not very many people do it. Is that correct?
That's fair. Yes.
And we've talked about the fact that many times that as a forensic toxicologist that you might do that re-review and create your own opinion, do the analysis again, have your own expert opinion, and then you recertify a report. But this process is very unique and specific. Is that right?
This one's very unique. I mean, it's still technically reviewed by another toxicologist who is authorized to do this type of testing. So I'm not just putting reports and results out there without other individuals looking over what I have done, the conclusions I have made, and technically reviewing them and administratively reviewing them to ensure the accuracy of that report that I put out.
And you did that particular testing. You did some other testing in this case, and we did make a request of you if you could come to be our one witness, so we wouldn't have to have a minimum of 3 people from NMS testifying about the same testing.
Correct.
And I think there's been a lot said of somehow that recently happened, but we started talking about that at the end of last year.
We did. To avoid having at least 3 individuals, potentially more, coming from the laboratory. We were trying to simplify and see if one person could come instead of multiple.
And I know that I I don't email you directly. Tasha is kind of our go-between. But if I have an email from December of 2025 where Tasha said, we will go ahead and start that process, is it fair to say that you might have started analyzing things a little bit earlier?
Objection, leading.
Okay, do you want to show her some email? Do you know?
I don't know any personal communications between her and, Tasha is in our expert services department, so it's a department devoted to helping and assisting us with court and with legal proceedings. And she has been heavily involved in communicating with the DA, so it would not surprise me, but I don't know specifically what was stated in those emails.
Which, Dr. Method, in all of the testing, it is consistent that there is cocaine or its metabolites only in the first blood, the first urine, as well as the testing that you did on the comforter. And it's after Ms. Benning was in the hospital that fentanyl shows up in any of the samples. And that is all very consistent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Dr. Method.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Just so that we're clear, there was no medical professional from Vanderbilt Medical Hospital, University Hospital, that called you and said, those dates for the collection of that urine for the drug screen is wrong.
No, the request always came from the DA's office.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. You can, what do you want her to do with this journal?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think it can just be marked for identification. I didn't really have her go into great detail about it.
Okay. I'll give that top document to the clerk. Mark it 48 for ID.
Well, the rest is not.
Just give it to the state.
And I apologize, Judge, I thought we were just talking about the article. I would like the 6 pages entered as an exhibit.
Okay, litigation, first 6 pages, or like 49. All right, thank you. You can step down and be excused.
Am I released or will I be recalled?
Any reason this young lady needs to remain?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who with the next witness, please?
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Michael Johnson.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Johnson, MICALJOHNSON,
And Ms. Johnson, where were you employed back in 2023?
the Tennessee Titans.
How long were you with the Tennessee Titans?
From 2020 to 2025.
And did you know Blaise Taylor?
I did.
Okay, how did you know Mr. Taylor?
He was a coworker.
Was Mr. Taylor employed with the Titans back in 2020 when you started?
He was.
And what was your position with the Titans?
I started as an intern and then I was a scouting assistant.
And what was Mr. Taylor's position with the Titans?
Pro scout.
And can you explain to the jury what the difference is between a scouting assistant and a pro scout?
A scouting assistant handles more logistics, as helping shuttle players around, but they also have scouting responsibilities, scouting reports, covering players. A pro scout has more scouting, watch film, reports, those types of duties.
And do scouting assistants and pro scouts have interaction? Do you work together?
Yes, we work together on a handful of projects, and there's a lot of interaction between players. Just as things come up, we work together on a lot of things.
And about how many pro scouts were employed with the Titans back in February of 23, if you recall?
There was 2,
Okay. And who were they?
Blaise and Brandon.
And can you describe for the jury what your day looked like working with the Titans and what your hours were and things like that?
It depended on the day, but in general, we would get there around 7. You'd have breakfast, you'd get started on some reports, you might have a meeting, then you'd go out to practice if the team is in season, out to practice, come back, have lunch, get back to your desk, work on something, you could have a meeting again. Then it's dinner time. Some people work out around dinner time, and you're usually there around 8 o'clock at night, typically.
Okay, you said breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Was it typical that you ate there at the Titans facility? You did everything there?
Everything there.
Okay. Can you talk to the jury a little bit about if you could take off for appointments, who you could talk to, kind of what that looked like if you were not going to be in the office?
If you were not going to be in the office, you would typically let someone know amongst your group. But in general, you also weren't really gone. You weren't really allowed to be gone. You're expected to be there most days.
Can you talk about groups? What was your group back in February of 23?
My group, I was one of 3 scouting assistants in a shared area. Blaise was also in our area. So it was kind of that group. There was a couple other people that weren't in the room with us, but that were our age, that we crossed over a lot with work. That was kind of our group.
Can you walk us through like what the workplace looked like, where you sat, where Mr. Taylor sat, things like that?
We were in a room with 4 cubicles. My desk, I was back to back with Blaise. We were on the same side. And then there was the other 2 scouting assistants were right on the other side in this space.
And were you back to back with Mr. Taylor from 2020 to 2023 or no?
No, that began in 21.
Okay. So prior to 2021, where were you, how close in proximity were you to Mr. Taylor?
Still in close proximity in a shared space, but instead of being back to back, he might be across the way from me or the kitty corner from me, still in the same room, same space.
And did you and Mr. Taylor talk almost daily at work?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Taylor ever hang out in group settings outside of your workplace?
Yes, in group settings.
Okay. And prior to February of 23, were there any days that you can recall that Mr. Taylor seemed different at work?
And prior to February of 23, in the fall of 22, there was a day that he was asleep at his desk, and in general seemed a little bit quieter.
Okay, I was just about to ask you about that. What was Mr. Taylor's normal demeanor at work, and how did he normally act?
Your Honor, I would object to the demeanor evidence in regards to this particular case and this witness testimony.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You can answer.
I would say in general, quiet, but coworker, easy to get along with.
And at some point, did Mr. Taylor's demeanor behavior change?
I would say the fall of 22.
And other than that time that you talked about of him falling asleep at his desk, what else, if you can recall, what were you talking about?
I noticed on his phone a bit more. There'd be times that his computer wasn't on yet and the workday had started. And we're a few hours into the day and it's not on, things like that.
And during those 3 years that you worked with Mr. Taylor, did he discuss his personal life often?
Not often, no.
Okay. Did Mr. Taylor ever talk about having a girlfriend?
He did not.
Okay. Did you ever know of Mr. Taylor to have a girlfriend or any specific female?
There was one name that I had heard, but other than that, there wasn't any particular one person.
Okay, and did you hear that name from Mr. Taylor?
Yes,
Okay, what was that name?
Xavier.
And any other comments about women that Mr. Taylor was dating, anything that he was saying?
In general, it was different women, or there was a comment, you don't bring sand to the beach. Just to me seem like different women.
And Ms. Johnson, had you ever heard of the name Jade Benning?
No.
In taking your attention to specifically February of 23, did you know Mr. Taylor to have a steady girlfriend?
No.
And at any point, were you made aware that Mr. Taylor was expecting a baby?
No.
And did Mr. Taylor make any comments about being a father?
In general, the comments in casual conversation would be not ready yet, not anytime soon, things of that nature.
Now I want to take you to the week of February 27th, that Monday of 2023. Was that a big week for you all?
Yes, that was the week of the combine, NFL combine.
Okay, can you tell the jury why NFL combine is big for the Tennessee Titans?
So it's a major college scouting event. It's a major scouting event where the coaches go, GMs go, scouts to see the upcoming draft class.
Okay, and you talk about scouts. Do you recall who was away during that week of the 27th?
The college scouts, coaches, the GM, everybody in the building, not everyone in the building, but a majority of the staff.
Okay. Was Mr. Taylor still in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. And he made comments prior to the week of the 27th about that week of the 27th?
He did. He said, don't worry about coming in next week.
Okay. And how did you feel about that comment?
To me, it felt a little odd.
And why is that?
Just because he didn't have the authority to tell us when to come to work or tell us when to come, when to leave.
And had Mr. Taylor ever told you prior to that week, don't worry about coming in?
No.
Okay. Monday, the 27th, do you recall that work day?
Yes, it was a regular day in the building, about 7. Just a regular going about business day.
Okay. And was Mr. Taylor at work?
He was.
Was he on time?
Yes.
Can you tell me about Mr. Taylor's demeanor the Monday of the 27th?
It was normal, nothing out of the ordinary. It just seemed like a regular day.
Was Mr. Taylor at work all day?
He was.
The next day, Tuesday the 28th, what can you tell me about that day?
That day, he wasn't there. And the group of us that was still in the building, we were concerned where he was. Had anyone heard from him? And no one had. And it was until the afternoon that he was back.
You said you were concerned. Was it typical of Mr. Taylor not to come to work?
No.
And did you reach out to Mr. Taylor that day?
I personally did not.
Do you recall about what time Mr. Taylor showed up for work?
It was around 1:00.
Do you remember how Mr. Taylor was acting when he came to work?
Yeah, he seemed normal. He said he had run an errand, or had an errand to run, and was just back. No need to worry.
Other than him not showing up till the afternoon, was that day normal for Mr. Taylor? Did he stay?
Regular, from what I remember.
And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of that week, March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, was everything else seemingly normal with Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor?
The same, easy to be around person, same guy.
During that week, did Mr. Taylor ever mention Miss Benning?
No.
Did he ever mention his baby girl?
No.
Did Mr. Taylor ever seem upset that week of March 27th, or February 27th to March 3rd?
He didn't.
Was March 3rd the last day Mr. Taylor was at work? That Friday?
Yes.
He did not come back March 6th, that Monday?
No.
And did you have any contact with Mr. Taylor after March 3rd, that Friday?
No.
Did you reach out to tell Mr. Taylor happy birthday?
I did.
And then after March 3rd, did the Tennessee Titans release a good player? Okay, do you recall about when that was?
Yes, it was the 10th.
March 10th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you privy to a conversation involving Mr. Taylor about that specific player?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury about what Mr. Taylor said?
He called one of the scouting assistants next to me and asked.
Objection, you're officer hearsay unless you personally heard the conversation.
I did.
Was the phone call on speaker?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what Mr. Taylor said?
He asked if we had just released this player. It was big news for the team that day. And he answered, we said yes, it was true. And then the scouting assistant asked, "Are you okay? Where are you?" We didn't know. And he said it was fine, everything's fine, just family stuff. And that was the end of the phone call.
And that was, do you recall if that was the 10th when you released?
It was the
10th?
Yes, the 10th.
And at what point did you find out that Blaise Taylor had connections with Miss Jade Benning?
When I met with the detective in August.
And it wasn't around that same time that you found out Miss Benning and her baby girl had passed away?
Yes.
Your Honor, come with me one moment.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, do you see Mr. Taylor in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you point him out and describe something he's wearing for the court, please?
He's got the blue jacket on with the tie, gray tie.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect Ms. Johnson's identification of Mr. Taylor, please.
Okay.
And those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Questions on that? Check.
Ms. Johnson, how are you?
Good.
I am Letitia Quinones Hollins. I'll be asking just a few questions. If at any time you don't understand, let me know. Okay, I'll do my best to rephrase. Ms. Johnson, how old are you?
29.
29. How old would you have been around the time that you were working with Mr. Taylor?
26, 25, 26, 27.
Can you tell me what is Advance Project?
Advance,
With the Titans?
advanced scouting.
Yes.
So you are traveling to, it's during the season, you travel to an opponent's game to get signals, and you come back, you report to the coaches on your findings, and it's all in preparation for the next week's game.
And let's talk about whether or not did you participate in advanced scouting?
I did.
And did Mr. Taylor participate in advanced scouting?
He did.
Were you guys' job duties pretty similar?
Yes.
Or would you say that Mr. Taylor had more responsibilities than you did?
He had more pro teams than I had to handle, but I had other picking up players, transporting them around Nashville, more of the logistics side than he had to handle.
Okay, so what were his duties?
To handle the pro teams he was assigned, and then a handful of other projects, kind of depending on the point in the year that we're in, what his involvement would be.
Now, how long would you say that you worked with Mr. Taylor?
2.5 years.
What is Mr. Taylor's birthday?
March 22nd.
That's when you called and
No, I texted.
texted. And he was already gone from there, correct?
Yes.
But you felt that he was worth the text to text him.
Yes.
Where is he from?
Texas, I believe.
Do you know?
I do not know for sure.
And what, if anything, well, let me ask you, what's his favorite food?
That I don't know.
Who is his favorite player?
LeBron.
And where does he like to go for vacation?
That I don't know.
What school did he graduate from in terms of high school?
High school, I'm not certain.
Who was his first girlfriend?
I don't know.
Where's his father from?
I don't know.
Where's his mother from?
I don't know.
How old exactly is his sister?
I don't know.
How often did you and Mr. Taylor speak on the phone about personal things?
Never.
How many times when you had serious issues in your life did you call Mr. Taylor?
I did not.
So why, Ms. Johnson, would you expect for him to call you?
I don't.
How does Mr. Taylor deal with trauma?
I don't know.
You talked about when he came back to the office after February 25th, that he just appeared normal.
I did not say after February 25th.
Well, when were you talking about when he came back and was normal?
The 27th.
27th. You stated that he was just normal. What is the name? Let me ask you, who is Dr. Sheila Pierce?
She's a team psychologist.
And what is her purpose?
To be a source for the team if there are any issues I think mental health types of psychologists help.
And that's her primary purpose for or at least was in 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you could have utilized her, right?
Yes.
The same way Mr. Taylor could have utilized her.
Yes.
Were you aware that he met with Dr. Peters on at least 2 occasions as a result of this incident?
No, I was not.
And if he would have met with the very person that the Titans provide for emotional and mental help, that would be consistent with someone who may have been concerned.
That is Ms. Johnson's.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
How many boyfriends did you tell Mr. Taylor about?
None.
And when you were 23, were you prepared to be a mother?
I don't know.
Because you're young, right?
I don't know.
Right. And it's nothing that really you even want to think about, was it?
If someone asked me, I wanted children, so I said that.
Well, would you agree that it's someone's personal choice as to when they want to become a parent?
Certainly.
And each one of us have our own day and time that we want to become a parent. Wouldn't you agree?
No,
We don't get to choose when we want to become a parent.
not necessarily.
Who gets to choose that for us?
God.
Okay. When Mr. Taylor left, how many times did you personally call him and talk with him?
I talked to him once.
You called him afterwards?
Oh, no.
Right. How many times after he left the Titans did you call and personally talk with him?
No.
The reason you didn't do that was because you guys just weren't close like that, were you?
No, we were instructed not to talk to him if we didn't have to.
But if he was someone that you would consider a close friend to share personal information with, you would have checked on him, wouldn't you?
Yes.
But you didn't consider him a close personal friend, did you?
He was a coworker.
And you were a coworker to him, right?
Yes.
And we don't necessarily share trauma, deep personal issues with our coworkers, right?
No.
And there's nothing wrong with that, is it?
No.
Now, you stated here today that he told you not to come to work the following week.
He said, don't worry about coming in.
Okay. Do you remember testifying before about this incident?
Yes.
And in that, did you ever say that he told you don't worry about coming to work the following week?
I don't remember if I said that or not.
Would it be helpful to you if you were to review your testimony to refresh your memory?
Sure. I don't see that I said that.
Right. You didn't say that before, did you?
She just answered that.
And you never said it until today, isn't that true?
I've said it before. I wasn't asked
Was
a
it
question that made me answer that in this trial, for the bond hearing.
And you didn't volunteer it either, did you? And that would have been something important when they asked you previously when you were going to testify. Wouldn't that have been something important to say if he told you don't come in the following week? The very week that's at issue?
I don't know.
Thank you, I'll pass the rules.
Can you read your
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, you were asked if Mr. Taylor was worth reaching out to on that 3/22 of 2023 date for his birthday, but you had no idea about Ms. Benning and his baby girl at that point, did you?
No.
And Ms. Hollins asked you about how people responded to trauma. If your boyfriend was dying on a ventilator in the hospital, would you go to work?
No.
Okay, would you go to work the whole week and act normal?
No.
Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
You're a woman, correct?
Yes.
And he's a man, correct? Would you agree with me that men and women handle emotional things differently?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that men tend to more internalize things than women do?
Depends on the man.
Correct. It really just depends on the individual, doesn't it? Everyone doesn't respond the same, do they?
No.
And that means nothing, does it?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you. You can step there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break. All right, you can have a seat. Mr. Moran, I guess you'd be doing that. We marked what was stuck on their defense exhibit 1 as 47, which was 6889 litigation package. What did the defense think was number 2?
It was the ARUP, test risk laboratory toxicology report.
Okay, where is that?
So, you know, I was so didn't read it, so I stuck it back in. That's it.
Judge, I'm sorry, was there a request for that to be admitted?
she mentioned a couple other things, but is this,
I thought it was in the medical record.
What's that?
is this out of the medical record?
I can do it. I don't think so, Your Honor.
I don't know who AARP is or AR.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not.
It's not in the medical record?
No, because if it was, there would be.
He's provided me with the medical record,
Right.
so it's part of that.
Okay, well, I guess I have an objection because I don't believe it's been authenticated. I don't know where it came from.
I didn't, I don't need to.
Oh, okay. All right, and then what was defense 3? You stuck a sticker on?
No, that was 2 that I stuck the sticker on.
Okay, so there's not a 3?
No, there's not.
Oh, okay, then we're straight. And who is the next witness?
The next witness is Detective Adam Reese.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, before I restart, I don't know if the state is intending to introduce those hinge and Tinder records. We have filed a motion a while back that we never got to, related to the hinge and Tinder records, put on everybody's radar. So we're not going to.
Detective Reese testified about Tinder records.
I am not intending to ask him specifically, like I'm not intending to put any of them in specifically on direct. I do have them available if it becomes relevant during his
Okay, she's not
prosecution.
going
Both the hinge or the Tinder records?
Well, I don't recall your motion, so I would like to look at it before I say more, but technically no. I mean, he might testify that he reviewed them.
Why ask him if you're not getting into?
Oh, I'm just saying he might answer it without me
Just
realizing.
tell him you're not gonna ask him about that.
Well, I mean, they did meet on Hinge, and he did review the records. I don't, can I get a copy of the motion so I can see what you're objecting to?
Yeah, it was part of the 90211 notice that we got with the hinge and Tinder records, so we had noted an objection to that, but also, I don't know.
I guess you would know whether you're gonna want Detective Reese to introduce Hinge or Tinder record.
Right, you told me not to ask him about
No,
them.
I'm saying, do you know whether you were planning on trying to introduce Hinge or Tinder records?
I am not intending to introduce
Okay.
them on direct, but if they cross-examine him and it becomes relevant, then I might ask.
Get that.
Thanks, Jim.
And Your Honor,
All right, so step up, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You started testimony about the truths, I don't think I.
I did.
Good morning, Detective Reese. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Detective Adam Reese,
And where are you employed, Detective Reese?
Metro Nashville Police Department,
How long have you been employed there?
about 18 and a half years.
And what is your current position at the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I'm a homicide detective.
How long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
About 5 years.
And can you describe, were you assigned as the lead detective for the homicide investigation into the homicide of Jade Benning?
Yes.
And can you explain, what does that mean to be assigned as a lead detective to a homicide case?
So in the homicide unit, we have multiple detectives, obviously, and we have multiple deaths that need to be investigated throughout the year. So we have sort of a rotation that we go on between each of the teams. So when it's your turn on your team, you're assigned the case, and at that point, you're the lead investigator, so you make most of the decisions related to that case and utilize the help of your teammates to assist in that investigation.
And are you just working with other homicide detectives, or are there other units within Metro Nashville Police Department that assist you depending on the case?
Oh, depending on the case, we may work with our Titans unit, we may work with any number of the investigative units depending on some of the nuances of the case. The crime scene investigations, crime lab, medical legal investigator who works for the medical examiner's office. We spend a lot of time communicating with the district attorney's office about any homicide case. Other agencies sometimes even.
And if you could just clarify, what is the Titans unit at Metro Nashville Police Department?
There's sort of a investigative support unit that helps with like surveillance, tracking fugitives down, that sort of thing, gang intelligence.
And do you have supervisors that you report to and request things from?
Yes, our team is supervised by a sergeant.
And can you describe how did you become aware that you were going to be assigned to this case?
This particular week, we were on call for after-hours homicide call-outs, and I received a call fairly late in the evening. I don't think I ever documented exactly what time I got the call, but it was around 9 or 10 p.m. on the evening of the February the 26th, and Sergeant Chris Dickerson, who was my supervisor at the time, called me and advised me of a case I was going to be assigned.
Which that is currently Captain Christopher Dickerson, is that right?
Yes, he's been promoted twice, at least since then.
And you said that was 9 p.m. on February 26th, and that would have been 9 p.m. Sunday night.
If the 26th was a Sunday, yes, and I'm estimating it was 9, 10, sometime late in the evening.
So not on the 25th at all.
Correct.
And can you describe, kind of explain what the logistics were of you getting called and assigned to this case at that point in the investigation versus you responding to Vanderbilt University Medical Center when Ms. Benning was transported there by ambulance?
So we generally do not take a case unless we've received information that the victim is not going to survive. So if like someone is shot, say for instance, and the hospital says they're likely going to pull through, there's a separate unit that investigates non-lethal shootings and aggravated assaults, that sort of thing. We take it if it's going to be an actual homicide.
And when you were assigned, what did you do first? What was your first response?
Well, my first thing was just to get a quick briefing from Sergeant Dickerson over the phone to kind of learn some of the basics of the case. And at that point, myself and several of my teammates responded to the headquarters where we had arranged for Jade Benning's mother and a friend of hers to be there so that I could begin interviewing them and finding out the circumstances of the case.
And can you describe why would you have them brought to headquarters versus going to them?
We usually like to do as often as possible. We like to do interviews at headquarters because we have audio, video recorded interview rooms, and also all the resources available in our office for if I needed to look up something on a computer, print out something to show them, that sort of thing.
And were they contacted and asked if they would come?
I don't recall the exact circumstances of how they were summoned, but I know they came willingly.
I guess that was the point of my question. You didn't have to bring them down here or anything, is that right?
No.
And can you describe what information did you learn in those initial kind of moments of speaking to Captain Dickerson and also speaking with Miss Jade Benning's mother, Bridget Burks, as well as Nigeria Jackson?
Yes, so when I first spoke to Sergeant Dickerson at the time, he let me know that there had been a call the previous night in which the Domestic Violence Division responded. He said that there was a young woman who had gone into cardiac arrest and was revived either at some point in the process, and she was taken to Vanderbilt, and that a friend of hers had made allegations that she'd received a phone call saying that she'd been drugged, something to that effect, and that domestic violence had gone out and done some interviews, and they'd gotten new information that she was not going to survive from the incident and reassigned the case to homicide, and it was my turn, so it was being assigned to me.
And can you describe your interaction with Miss Nigella Jackson?
Yes, we conducted an interview. I believe we started just a little bit after midnight, in the early morning hours of the 27th. She basically described her evening to me.
And can you, I guess, describe, was she able to give you specific details or what?
Yes, she actually was able to give me a very specific timeline.
And was she able to tell you specifically about the call that she received from Ms. Benning's phone and what she heard on that call?
Yes.
And did she give you very specific statements that she did?
Yes, she did.
And in the process of your investigation, did you review her prior statements to other officers and Detective Smith and compare it to what she told you?
Yes, because there was a recorded interview with Detective Smith, I believe, and then there was also body camera footage where officers spoke to her at the hospital.
And was she consistent in providing that same information every time?
Yes.
And what, if any, other information did you have at that point?
I had information that she was in a relationship or something, and she was pregnant with Mr. Taylor. And there was some ambiguity about the status of their relationship, whether they were just actually dating or she was just pregnant with his child.
You're not going to object to the hearsay in regards to what Nigella has said, as well as the bolstering of the witness through other statements she's made.
Okay, I don't know what you define as bolstering, but do you care to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hollins cross-examined Ms. Jackson about one of her statements and said that she said something previously she did not, and so I'm allowed to ask about her inconsistency.
Okay, I'll overrule the judge.
If you can continue, you said that there was some confusion as to the status of the relationship. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection hearsay.
That's just his opinion and why he's doing what he's doing, so let's get to where you want to go.
I guess, what did you do next, and did you gather any other information before you did what you did next?
Well, after I finished interviewing Ms. Jackson, one of my teammates had created a search warrant. He drafted a search warrant to search her apartment. Before we went to the apartment, previously when I'd spoken to Ms. Burks, she had explained to me that they had retrieved a comforter in which Jade threw up but vomited on from the apartment. So prior to going over there, that was secured in their vehicle, their family vehicle, in a bag. I went out and photographed that in the back of the vehicle and collected it and took possession of that. During that same time, one of my teammates had acquired the search warrant for Ms. Benning's apartment, and then we went to that location to conduct the search warrant in the apartment.
And can you explain why is it that you got a search warrant? Did Ms. Burks give you permission to go, or why would you give one?
We wouldn't even ask because all the information I had at that time was that apartment was Jade Benning's and Jade Benning's alone, and Jade Benning was not in a condition to give us consent to search the apartment. So we generally get search warrants on every residence anyway.
Is that kind of a standard operating procedure?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first moment that the search warrant was obtained for that apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I guess is that typical in a situation like this, or was this kind of an atypical situation?
No, this situation was unusual in that it had been with another unit who was handling it as a non-death scenario, then coming to us as a death scenario. So it was not typically done that way.
And Ms. Burks told you that people went to the apartment, and she said she had something from the apartment that she had to give to you.
Objection, leaving.
He's already said that, so what's your next question?
At any point did she, I guess, express that she felt like she had done something wrong by going in the apartment, or did they feel like they could go into that apartment at the time they did?
I don't think I didn't get the impression she felt like she did anything wrong, but she just explained to me that she named off.
Clearly heard.
believe that he's giving me her actual words, and I was just asking.
Okay, he answered it by his first word. She didn't feel that way. So what's your next question?
Detective Reese, is it possible that an officer with Metro Nashville Police Department that was at the hospital told them they could go into the apartment? Do you know if that's possible?
It's entirely possible.
And I guess describe that process. Once you got the search warrant, what happened next?
So we met one of our, there were some patrol officers that had been already sent there by other, I believe the supervisor. And we all met at the parking lot of the apartment complex, which is in the 1500 block of Lebanon Pike here in Nashville, Davidson County, where this evidently had happened. And I met one of our CSIs there, and I gave him the comforter that I had taken possession of from Ms. Burks.
And would that be which CSI?
Mr. Terry, I believe. And then after that was given to him, or maybe while I was giving that to him, I believe our patrol officers entered the apartment with a key that had been provided and cleared the apartment just to make sure there was no one inside. And then we went inside and CSI did photographs of the apartment, and then we conducted a search.
And can you describe, were you present the entire time while that search happened?
Yes.
Was there any point that you would have been doing something else and not been kind of in that kitchen area of the apartment?
I wouldn't say I was in the kitchen nonstop. I went into other rooms.
And I want to show you as part of Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that image, Detective Reese?
I do.
And can you describe, there are two bottles that are on the corner of that counter. Did you put those bottles there?
No, I did not.
Do you have any idea who did?
I believe it was Detective Samuels who was with our team at that time.
Is that technically something that would have been done? Should have been done, I guess is my question.
No, because those were taken out prior to or during the time where CSI was doing what we call overall photos. They were taken out prematurely.
And also from this same exhibit, can you describe, there is a cup that is over to the right side of the sink.
Yes.
When you were there executing the search warrant, can you describe what, if any, relevance did that plastic cup have to this investigation?
At the time of executing the search warrant, there was, it wasn't believed to have been relevant. The glasses that you see pictured here on the island were.
You can circle them.
Sure. These were thought to have been relevant based on the interviews I'd done earlier that night.
And why is it that those were the focus?
Because it was mentioned that they were drinking out of the glasses earlier that night when.
And can you explain what you mean by it was mentioned that they, what information?
During the interview with Nigella Jackson, I learned that she had stopped by Jade's apartment earlier in the night, and she had explained that Jade was having sort of a date night where she was cooking Alfredo and they were painting. And she was doing that with Mr. Taylor, and she explained that she loved Jade's chicken Alfredo.
Okay.
I was not needing that much detail, but.
Sorry about that.
That particular cup, again, at that moment, did you know anything, did you have Jade's cell phone? Had you had an extraction done? Had you gone through it and looked at the pictures?
Now, I think we were in possession of her cell phone by that point, but we had not had the opportunity to be able to have it examined, extracted, or go through the massive amount of content on it.
If this witness could be handed, I believe it's Exhibit 21. 28 is the iPhone.
Okay, it could be in that small. See if the clerk's back there. We need exhibit 28. Okay.
Do you recognize that item, Detective Breeze?
The envelope is sealed. May I open it?
Sure.
Yes, this is Jade Benning's cell phone.
All right, this time I'm going to ask that Exhibit 28 that was previously marked for ID be entered as Exhibit 28. Detective Breeze, who did you receive that cell phone from?
I think it was Miss Benning's mother, Bridget Burks.
And can you describe when you obtain cell phones, having the passcode, is that useful?
It is very useful.
And did Ms. Burks provide you with the passcode to Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
Did she provide you with information related to Ms. Benning and kind of what had transpired from the time this happened until the time she met you?
Yes, she had.
And did she provide you multiple details about anything and everything that happened with that apartment and or her phone?
She provided me, you said everything with her.
I mean, did she tell you that people had been over there?
Oh, yes, she'd explained that people had been by there.
And was she freely giving you as much information as she possibly could?
Absolutely.
And later, I guess in the investigation, did you receive photos from Ms. Lauren Weber?
Yes.
And I want to go back to those. Those are Exhibit 13. Do you recognize those, Detective Reese?
Yes.
And if you could just read out the date and time.
That's February 25th, 2023 at 11:29 p.m.
Your Honor, very briefly, I wanted to make sure that I qualified it before we went too far. I have no issue with the phone itself being entered, but not everything on it. So if there is something within the phone, I would like.
Well, we'll get there if they were planning on introducing something else.
I just wanted
The
to.
phone
make sure.
itself, it was already made an exhibit. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Breeze, did you see this photograph kind of early on in the investigation?
Yes, fairly early on.
And do you recognize anything in that photograph?
Yes, I recognize the glass sitting there and the pieces of art on the counter and the painting supplies and accessories.
And this is the second photograph in Exhibit 16, in Exhibit 13 that was provided by Ms. Weber. And do you see the same two glasses from the other photos?
Yes.
And now I want to show you an image from Exhibit 29. This is after Ms. Benning's cell phone has been analyzed. Can you describe when you saw this photograph? Did anything stand out to you?
That photograph was actually brought to my attention by Miss Burks. She mentioned to me that this one was taken that night and mentioned something.
You'll answer the questions. You'll be here till 3:00 if you don't.
Yes, sir. Yes, this photo was brought to my attention.
And maybe I should clarify, did Ms. Burks show you this photograph before you received the extraction?
No, I received the extraction. I just hadn't noted that particular photo.
Okay. And can you describe that cup when you saw it in this photograph, did you associate it with anything at the crime scene?
Not initially.
But we just looked at photographs from CSI Terry. Can you describe kind of after you looked at everything and talked about this, what do you see here now?
Yes. After some time, I realized that cup we didn't realize was even there. And then after time viewing this photo, noticed it to be in the background beside the sink there.
Can you describe, did you ask anyone to collect that cup
No, we did not, the night of.
and why?
We did not realize it had any relevance to the investigation. It appeared as though it had been just washed and put aside to dry.
And can you describe, did you direct them to collect items from that apartment?
The CSI, yes.
And after that was done, what was your next step?
My next step was I wanted to try to find out what we had going on. So it's going to be a series of tests requested related to items seized from the apartment.
Can you describe at that point on the 27th, did you have any clear idea of exactly what was going on?
Not yet at that time.
And so you said that you were going to run some tests. Can you describe at what point did you receive information from Vanderbilt Hospital about any laboratory testing?
I was eventually told that there was a secondary urinalysis done that came back positive for cocaine.
And was that the information you received, or did you have lab work with values and things of that nature?
I didn't have any lab work. I was verbally told that it was an initial screening done, came back negative, and then so I believe sometime on the 27th I was notified then that, okay, there was another screening that came back positive. I didn't know why that discrepancy was there.
And positive for what?
Cocaine.
And can you describe what are the next steps of your investigation?
I submitted a series of requests to test the glassware, the samples of some of the beverages, and eventually I requested that the lab test the comforter that had been seized to test the vomit to determine if there was cocaine in the vomit.
And was that done kind of later on in the investigation when you had received some more laboratory results?
The comforter was done, I believe, later. I'm sorry, do you have the Form 282s?
Honestly, I feel like we've talked about laboratory testing. I'm sure it's documented in the exhibit. I will move on. Who was the next person that you interviewed? Or can you just describe your investigation? At that point, what are you doing?
Well, later in the day on the 27th, I went to Mr. Taylor's house to attempt to speak with him. And then after that, I was just trying to have lab requests done to determine what samples were there. Also, early on in the investigation, I was just doing research I was doing Google searches, trying to get some idea of what happened.
Prior to this investigation, had you ever worked a poisoning investigation before?
No.
And can you describe the specifics of this case? Had you ever had anything that dealt with oral ingestion of cocaine?
No.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do related to those kind of facts of this case?
Well, in the first couple of days of the investigation, I did some internet research, just checking something to do.
Okay, he's answered your question.
You said you did some internet research.
Yes.
Was there information available on the internet?
Yes, there was.
And can you describe, was it one site, or did you find multiple sites with relevant information?
There were multiple websites from universities, government websites, and recovery websites.
And did you do anything else other than internet searches?
I did. I reached out to a detective that I knew that had experience working drug investigations.
And the investigation that you did on the internet and speaking with that detective, was it consistent or inconsistent with the facts of this case?
It was consistent with the facts of this case.
And can you describe kind of what interactions did you have with laboratory testing requests and kind of all of the lab results that you know that we have back from NMS labs as well as NMPD crime lab as well as CFSRE lab?
So there was the testing on the beverage samples and the drinkware from the apartment had all come back negative after being tested at our crime lab. I did a lot of coordination with the crime lab director during that time, and it was explained to me that it was not within their capability to test the comforter for what we were trying to do, and that it was going to be outsourced. And I was told that would be outsourced, and I received results for that several months later. And then also in the shortly after the autopsy, I was advised of another sample collected at Vanderbilt that was being sent off for toxicology through the medical examiner's office.
Did you meet with Dr. Carney during this process?
Yes.
And can you describe, were you making every decision about lab work, or who all was involved in this case that was kind of requesting the different laboratory testing?
I was coordinating between a toxicologist with Vanderbilt. I was coordinating between Dr. Carney, and I was speaking with the director of the crime lab at the time, the acting director, Amanda Sweet.
And at some point, did a group of those people, along with myself and Deputy Moore, and you all get together to meet to kind of discuss what the evidence was in this case?
Yes, we did.
Is it fair to say that none of us didn't know anything about it, and we needed them to kind of educate us about it?
That's very accurate.
And can you describe, once you received the extraction from the cell phone, is that something that you would look through by yourself, or how does that work?
I usually would look through it in conjunction with one of our SISU detectives, which is the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit. They do digital forensics.
And Detective Tom Miller is in that unit, correct?
That's correct.
Did you work with him and meet with him during the investigation process?
Yes, we work in the same building, so I would talk to him on a regular basis about this.
And again, Detective Grace, kind of at that early outset, you have the information from Nigel Jackson. Did you ever speak with Mr. Keontae Jones?
I didn't.
And was that an in-person interview at headquarters, or what type of interview?
I just spoke to him by phone.
Is it possible that he might not remember that specifically?
Speaking to me by phone?
Yes.
I suppose it's possible.
Did he provide you with information?
Yes.
And so, kind of in those early stages of the investigation, I guess, is it fair to say that you were unsure of the exact timeline compared to today, where Dr. Carney has given us a very definitive timeline?
Yes. Yeah, I was not sure of everything. There was a lot to be discovered and found out and put in order.
And so can you describe what information, like what were you looking at within Ms. Benning's phone, kind of for purposes of your investigation?
I was trying to look for anything that seemed like it might have been relevant to the investigation. You don't always know exactly what's going to be relevant sometimes until you find something. So.
Were you specifically looking for cocaine?
Oh, yes. I was looking for anything that I could find having to do with drugs, any that I could think of.
And I guess, can you describe, did you find anything in her phone that indicated that she had ever used cocaine?
No.
Did you look, I guess, can you describe how much information was in her phone to look through?
It was a very, very large amount. Thousands and thousands and thousands of text messages, photos.
And can you describe, were there any references to narcotics at all in Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
And those references, can you describe what type of narcotics were referenced?
Marijuana, and on one or two, or a couple of occasions, a mushroom bar.
But absolutely nothing related to cocaine, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe, did you look at kind of the timeline of when Ms. Benning became pregnant?
Yes.
And can you describe, after she became pregnant, what, if any, references in her phone were to marijuana?
There continued to be references with the person, with the contact that I ascertained to be her dealer, but they were always,
Would that be Danny Weed?
yes. And they always appeared to be her facilitating for other friends, coworkers, and things like that to get them marijuana.
And specifically, did Ms. Benning have a communication with Danny Weed on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And did you look back at that and locate the message that preceded her contact with him?
Yes, another person, I believe that one of her coworkers specifically asked her to reach out to him to get a half, which I ascertained to be a half ounce based on my knowledge of the lingo.
Did you speak to multiple friends and family of Ms. Benning?
I did.
Did you find any evidence that she was using drugs or alcohol after the time she became pregnant?
No, I did not.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do related to Ms. Jade Jackson?
I reviewed her messages with Jade.
Were you, I guess, had you already decided what happened, or were you investigating to see what evidence was there?
I was trying to see what evidence was there to add that into my, factor into my findings.
And can you describe, I guess, the volume of communication between Ms. Benning and Ms. Jackson that you found?
They communicated on a very regular basis.
And were you looking at the content of their communications to determine what their relationship was?
Between Isaiah and Jade, yes, I mean, I was factoring that in. It was clear to me that they were close friends.
And can you describe what, if anything, was in Ms. Benning's phone related to Ms. Keontae Jones?
To Keontae, I believe he was only referenced with Nigeria, when she was coming over. That's the only time I remember seeing his name pop up.
So it's fair to say that they did not have communications between each other.
Not that I found them.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do into Ms. Benning's contact with Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Yes, I reviewed messages between them.
And can you describe, did you review all of them?
I believe I reviewed close to all of them. There were a lot.
And were you looking at the content of those messages to kind of develop a timeline of events of when things happened?
Yes.
And were there specific things that stood out to you within that timeline?
Oh, yes.
And you have Ms. Benning's phone. We saw that cell phone sitting on the island in that picture that we just looked at from Ms. Benning's phone. Did you ever obtain a cell phone from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
No, I did not. Well, not during that time frame.
Did you obtain any devices during that time frame of the early investigation?
Not from Mr. Taylor, no.
And can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I just didn't get a phone or anything from him during that time frame. There were some obtained later after his arrest in Utah.
Was there a tablet that the Titans team provided?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they provided that, I believe, sometime maybe in the summer of 23.
And we've already heard testimony on that. Can you describe, I guess we're kind of fast forwarding a little bit, but describe, when did you obtain a cell phone related to Mr. Taylor? How did that happen?
There was one seized incident to his arrest in Utah that was held for me, and I flew out there to attempt to interview him and also get some items that were obtained during a search warrant by authorities in Utah, and I took possession of those and brought them back here.
And Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August of 2023. Can you describe what's the time frame of when charges were sought in this case?
The case was presented to the grand jury on March 6th of 24, and I believe the capias was in the system as such that the U.S. Marshals could adopt it and go look for Mr. Taylor in Utah, I think by the 13th. Usually it's not uncommon for that to take about a week. to get in there, and I believe he was arrested on the 14th of March of 24.
March 6th, which that date is significant in this case, but this is March 6th, 2024.
Correct.
And that there were not charges up until that moment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August.
I would have to refer to the actual report. I believe that's
That's
correct.
what the report says.
Yes, that's what I would defer to, is what the report says.
Can you describe the cell phone? Were there other items that were seized that belonged to Mr. Taylor?
I believe there was some laptops and iPads, a GPS tracker. I'd have to look at the inventory sheet, but it was several iPads and a few laptops and a GPS tracker. And there were a couple of USB flash drives.
And did you locate a cell phone that would have been the cell phone Mr. Taylor was actively using on February 25th of 2023?
No.
So what, if anything, in the investigation did you do attempting to find information about what Mr. Taylor might have been doing on a cell phone?
I wrote a search warrant to search his iCloud account.
And did you receive a return on that?
Yes.
And can you describe, did you review messages in that iCloud return?
Yes, I did.
And were there messages between Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning?
Yes, there were.
And were you looking to kind of sync those up with the messages on Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
And as part of that, I guess, can you describe, as you're looking through information, are you continuing to meet with and kind of discuss things with Detective Tom Miller?
Yes.
And specifically, was there something that you were looking for related to that iCloud account?
Yes, I was trying to find, due to the volume of information on there, I was trying to look through keywords for things that may have been relevant to the investigation.
And that extraction of the iCloud, did it provide you with Google searches?
Yes.
And can you describe the number of Google searches?
Yeah. Really fresh.
Okay.
Detective Reese, did you notate specific things within the messages where, obviously Detective Miller has already testified in this case. Did you have additional messages that you reviewed that kind of related to that timeline between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor?
Additional messages?
In addition to what Detective Miller already testified to?
There were several, I don't know exactly what he testified to, but I reviewed several messages related to their conversations.
I have a 4-page text message thread. It begins on January 8th, 2023 at 1:06:09 p.m. It goes to January 8th, 2023 at 2:10:25 p.m. I would ask that this be handed to the witness. Defense counsel's been provided a copy.
All right.
I just read the first one and the very last one.
February 4th to
February 8th. Oh, that was it. Judge, I'm sorry, I gave this to them to review so that we could look at them ahead of time, but the pages have been mixed up. Can I have that back? So that I can fix it. Do you have the January messages?
That's all.
We gave it back.
You gave them back to me. Okay, that makes more sense. I had seen those, yeah, it just, everything got put back in the wrong folder. Do you recognize those, Detective Reese?
May I have a moment to look down?
All right, he hasn't been given anything.
I'm sorry. I take it back. Judge, may I take a quick break just to make sure we're all looking at something? I did show these to them ahead of time. I showed them to Mr. Brand, but I feel like when everything was given back, they are mixed up, and I would prefer that they be in order.
Okay. How long do you need?
I feel like just 5 minutes, but I might need those back for them because, like I said, they're all mixed up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, your lunch is waiting for you, so just step down the hallway, we'll break for an hour.
case in chief.
Not
However,
use what?
anything outside of the parameters of the time period of the search
Right,
warrant.
but if this had been given in discovery, it would come from her phone, not the search warrant.
Correct, Your Honor. I asked her yesterday if she had her text messages from 2018. Your Honor said that we could get into it in impeachment. So in preparation for trial, I was having exhibits made. When they opened the door, I had to know what was there and had to have an exhibit ready to go.
Impeachment for who?
Impeachment for if the defendant testifies, if they cross-examine Ms. Denny, there was information that Detective Reese already reviewed, but I had to go get it to create an exhibit.
If you forget the search warrant, this may have come in if it had been provided, because it's not as a result of the search warrant.
I understand, and I only prepared that information for purposes of if it became impeachment material during the trial. And in preparing the exhibits, that was one of the messages. I did not know about it. I asked her if she had that message still. And I didn't ask her for that message. I said, do you have messages from 2018? Do you have one on this date at this time? I didn't tell her what I was looking for. She pulled it up and she said she completely forgot about the message.
Yeah, well, that's like correcting a lab report. Do you plan on asking Ms. Denny, now, I can't put out everything in this order, but in your proffer when she testified, it was about panic over a second pregnancy with another woman, his discussions about looking online for possible materials that might abort the child like NyQuil. That's what you plan on getting into, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Not for the offer of proof. Thank you.
Okay. And on that subject, hopefully, so we won't have to break again. And surely to goodness finish the state's case. Does the defense want, I know we had the discussion back in the 404B and the court probably pretty sure mentioned, got into discussions about whether it was a crime or labeled as a wrongful act. Does the defense want the court to give the instruction to the jury that's in 42.10A, Tennessee Pattern Jury Instructions about how to consider? Again, I don't know that it's a crime, but talking about giving people drinks to end pregnancies. Do you want that instruction?
Your Honor, I have to look at that instruction, but I will look at it promptly and get back.
Okay.
42.1, section 08.
42.10A.
10A, I'm sorry.
All right, let the jury step in. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a four-page document which begins on January 8th of 2023 at 1:0609 p.m. The messages go through January 8th, 2023 at 2:10:25 p.m.
Okay.
Detective Breeze, can you take a look at those messages and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And are those messages, I guess, can you say who those are messages in between?
Yes, these messages were extracted from Jade Benning's cell phone, and they're between the local user, which is her, that's her phone, and the contact she has saved as Blaise with the phone number, whatever it is.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that 4 pages of text messages be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. I believe it is 50. And if I may have permission to publish those to the jury.
Okay, all right, just mark those, she has them up on the computer.
Detective Reese, can you describe the messages, if you can start at the beginning time and explain who they're from and what the content is?
So beginning on January 8th at 1:06 p.m., Jade sends him a message talking about tagging along for an adventure. She was talking about a trip. Blaise replies, LOL, okay. And then she says, that's if you want, of course, LOL. Then he replies, gotta still have a job first, and second, you probably ain't doing much traveling for a while anymore. When next season rolls around, I don't think you'll be able to make impromptu trips on the weekends considering you'll have other responsibilities. Not trying to be negative or nothing, but just being, I'm sorry, I can't see, there's a little bar at the bottom. It says just being realistic. I mean, it would be,
Oh, yeah, you can't lose that.
yeah, it would be great if you could, but it's unlikely.
And the second page, can you read these?
Continuing with Blaise, not trying to be negative. I'm sorry, that was the last one I read. Picking back up with Jay now at 1:25 p.m. LOL, okay, didn't mean to make it all serious, but yes, responsibilities will be different, but living life will still be happening as well, just living differently. And I understand the realistic thinking of it as well. It's a part of the big change. He replies, yeah, especially for you. She replies, of course, wasn't trying to go into a serious talk for us, sorry. He replies, we don't gotta be super serious, I just didn't want to sell false dreams, because yeah, it would be great if you could come on my work trips, but I just feel like it's not realistic from a financial or just feasible ability to randomly catch a flight and get away for the weekend.
And the third page.
He continues with, it's no big deal. I know you wasn't meaning it that way, but I just didn't want to be like, oh yeah, I'll bring you on the next one next year, knowing that it's probably a lie. She replies, totally understandable, babes. It's not like it can never happen because I'm having a baby, but being realistic, it wouldn't be able to be on the fly. Planning out things will always be an option. Life doesn't just stop because though. LOL, we're still going to have one, just living different. He replies, I hear you, but you can't minimize how much things are going to change for you. You got to be realistic that things are about to be hella different for you and will change drastically. Your day-to-day life is not going to be the same. Yeah, life goes on, but it's forever altered and changed in a drastic way. I'm not saying it's over or anything, but it worries me sometimes when you downplay it and act like it's no big deal. And I know you always want to be super optimistic and stuff, but I feel like you need to be honest with yourself about the situation and know what's down the road for you.
And the fourth page.
He continues, I just want to make sure you understand the gravity of the situation and you're preparing for those realities, that's all. She responds, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I can be super optimistic, but things which can be scary. I'm sorry, I can be super optimistic about things which can be scary. But I do set in process that there will be drastic life changes and prepare myself for the tough realities as much as I can that are to come. I'm not trying to make it seem like everything it's going to be all peaches and cream. I'm hearing and understanding everything you were saying. He liked, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I sent by Jade previously. And then he asked, what time are you going to work? She responds, around 3.
And Detective Breeze, I guess you described, did you review multiple messages that were happening during that time frame of January, February, that kind of 2 months where Mr. Taylor had reconnected with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
And I have another set of messages. They begin on February 4th, 2023 at 2:29:07 p.m. 9 pages goes to February 6th, 2023 at 7:09:36 p.m.
Okay. You need those or you have them?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I read.
Detective Breeze,
I'm sorry?
did you recognize the messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I introduce those as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 51.
Okay.
And Detective Breeze, if you can describe who the speaker is and go through these messages.
These are more messages from Jade's phone with her as a local user and with Blaise under his safe contact with his known phone number. And it began on February 4th, 2023 at 2:29 p.m. And would you like for me to read them?
Yes.
Okay. It begins with Jade saying, "Hey babes, hope you're having a good day so far. Just wanted to apologize again for my mom's doings last night. I've talked to her again and let it be known not to bring you or my situation up to anyone. I want you to know I got your back and defend your side to situations." He responds, "Hey, it's been good, very productive actually, but it's all good as long as we're on the same page moving forward. Everything is cool, but I appreciate it." She responds, "That is good, love to hear it, and 100% will be." He loved that comment from her. And then he says at 11:50 a.m., "Hey, hope you're having a good day." That's on February 5th, the next day. That's followed by a message from Jade saying, "Thank you, hope you are as well. Are you free in an hour?"
And page 2.
He responds, "I'm at work. What's up? Everything okay?" She says, "Yeep," which she does that frequently. It's obviously meant to be yes. "All good. Was just going to come see you on my break." Says, "Oh, okay. What time is your break?" She says, "I'll go around 2:30 probably." "Oh, okay. I won't be done by then, unfortunately," Blaise responds.
And page 3.
She says, "Next Tuesday is Valentine's Day." Says, "LOL, I honestly don't really celebrate it. I just don't get it. FR, which is an abbreviation for real, LOL." She responds, "Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's honestly just another day to me, just showing extra love, LOL." He responds, "LOL, yeah, exactly. I never understood why people make it a big deal." And she responds, "Well, you're still going to be my Valentine," with the heart emoji. And so it's a crying emoji.
And the next page, which I believe is 3.
Yes. At 2:27 on February 6th, Jade says, "That's good, making the day go by." And then she sends him a picture. He responds, "Yeah, I guess, LOL. Great spot." And then said, "Loved it." And then says he loved an image, which means he loved the picture that she'd sent at 2:36. And she comments, "Our second little date night spot, LOL."
And page 4, can you describe what's shown here?
That is the photo that she sent him, in the reference in the previous slide.
And were there previous messages that referenced they went there the second time they hung out?
Yes.
And the 5th page, can you describe what's shown here?
He responds with several laughing emojis to her referring to the date spot. And then she replies, "LOL, when you really liked me." Then he responds, "LOL, not when you really liked me. You always forget you was the one that chose to end it." She says, "Nah, I still really like you, LOL." Blaise responds, "The power was in your hands and you made the choice." LMAO, which means laugh my ass off.
And the next page, which I believe is 6.
She says, LMAO, no, it wasn't my choice to leave. You just didn't like what I said. I'd be showing you I still do, LOL. Says, Blaise says, I gave you 2 options and you made your choice. Don't try to rewrite the past, LOL. More laughing emojis. You ain't slick, LOL.
And the 7th page.
She says, "Oh, I'm not rewriting. LOL. We not going to even start this though, because we both go back and forth." He responds, "Because you don't want to admit what you did. It's cool though." She responded, "You gave me a crazy ultimatum. LOL, and weren't really wanting to go my route either. We're here though and trying to build our relationship, LOL." And he says, "LOL, I wanted to try a relationship because I thought you wanted that and liked me like I liked you."
And the next page.
LOL, true from Blaise. That's at 6:30 p.m. on February 6th. She replies, LOL, patiently waiting on our next date. He responds, "You were supposed to make us breakfast, but was too tired." She responded, LMAO, "I thought you didn't want it since you had to be at work early." He responded, "Uh-huh." She responds, "Well, this next Saturday morning, I'll make us breakfast. And we still need to plan an actual date night out with each other, LOL."
Detective Breeze, I want to kind of talk about the time frame of your investigation. You said that you had researched the facts of this case. Did something come up where you contacted someone in July of 2023 specifically related to this case and the facts of this case?
Yes, I contacted Apple Denny.
And can you describe how did you come to know of Apple Denny?
I believe it was maybe the day of or a couple of days after Jade's memorial service. Her mother had told me that somebody at I got information that someone at the funeral service had a friend who had a previous relationship with Mr. Taylor that had did not go very well.
Jade Benning's mom suggests you might want to reach out to this person?
Yes, that suggestion was made, and then I chose to wait until after all of the test results were back from the various lab tests before I moved forward with anything like that, because I wanted to know exactly, I wanted all the information.
And so you had the laboratory testing from that first blood at the hospital that Dr. Carney incorporated ultimately into the autopsy report by that point.
Yes.
Correct? And so when you contacted Ms. Denny, was she somebody that was local here?
No, she was not. She was in Arkansas.
And when you spoke to her initially, I guess, how did you contact her? Was it in person?
I called her, talked to her on the phone, and interviewed her over the phone.
And did she provide you with specific information that you thought might be relevant to this case?
Yes, she did.
And that was July 25th of 2023, is that right?
I believe that's the correct date, yes.
And then, I guess, was there a follow-up meeting with Ms. Denny?
Yes, we actually traveled to Arkansas and met with her and interviewed her in person.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself, yourself, ADA Moore, and Deputy District Attorney Moore, and Ms. Houston, the victim witness coordinator, traveled with us.
And before I went and we met with Ms. Denny in person.
Correct.
And that was January of 2024.
Yes, it was.
Which again, you referenced Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed August of 2023. When you spoke with Ms. Denny the first time, did she provide a name of another person that was kind of part of the information that she had?
Yes, she did.
And did you recognize that name?
Yes, I did recognize that name, as it had come up in statements from some previous interviews I'd done on the first night of this investigation.
And what was that name?
Xavier Winford.
And during your review of the messages that are happening during January and February of 2023, can you describe how much contact Mr. Taylor had with Ms. Xavier Winford?
An extraordinary amount.
And did you review those messages kind of in tandem with his messages with Ms. Benning?
Yes, I did.
And I have another set of messages to hand you. It is 6 pages. You definitely do.
I'm gonna object to vote, Your Honor. And if you're, the court would like to know.
Okay. You want to step up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Detective Reese, do you recognize the messages that were handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what are those messages?
These messages are from Mr. Taylor's iCloud. The user account number in that second column from the right is his phone number. And the message sender column where there's a blank, we know that is from Mr. Taylor's number. The other number I identified as belonging to Xavier Winford.
And can you read out the date and time of the first message through the date and time of the last message?
Read all of them or just the beginning and end?
Just the beginning.
The first one, page 1, begins at 10:31 p.m. on February 24th, 2023. The last one ends at 10:50 p.m. on February 24th, 2023.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would ask that these be admitted as the next number exhibit. And I will ask Detective Reese to read these messages. The second page, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Whatever.
The second page has the content of these that correspond to the times on the first page. If you can begin and explain who the speaker is and what the content is.
Okay. The text bubbles to the right that are aligned to the right are all from Mr. Taylor's number, and the ones aligned to the left are all from Ms. Winford's number. So it begins with Mr. Taylor saying, "So you should never doubt anything when it comes to us." She responds, "I'm doing my best." And he replies, "I know, I'm trying to reassure you." She says, "Thank you for doing that." He replies, "Of course."
In the third page.
And he continues, "I'll do anything to help you. That's what I'm here for." She says, "I trust that's true." Then he responds, "Good, do you trust us? Trust in us?"
In the fourth page.
She replies, "Yes." Then he replies, "Good, then you have nothing to worry about. Everything is going to work out." She replies, "I'm glad." He replies, "Good, me too."
In the fifth page.
He continues, "I love you and I need you to love me back and be in love with me." She replies, "I love you too and I will." And then he replies, "Good, I just want us to be us and be happy together." She replies, "Me too." He loved the comment, "Me too."
In the last page.
And he continued, "We are going to be just fine. We just need to stick together." And then she replies, "We will stick together. Don't be walking off and stuff during conversation." Then he loved her reply of, "We will stick together."
Detective Reese, you said there was quite a bit of contact between Mr. Taylor and Ms. Winford in that January, February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe, that is the night before February 25th of 2023.
That is correct.
When those messages are occurring. After the investigation started, did you ever see Ms. Winford with Mr. Taylor?
In person?
Yes.
Not in person.
I guess, did you ever know her to continue to have contact with him after?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe how you knew that?
In addition to, well, the main reason was at the time of his arrest in Utah, I obtained that body camera footage, and they were actually together in Utah at the time of his arrest, about over a year after the incident, in a vehicle that was registered to her.
If I can have just one moment. Actually, I want to go back to one thing. That second set of messages where we had that conversation between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, kind of about you made your choice and you decided to end the relationship.
Yes.
Did that connect to you to anything else that you viewed in those text messages?
Between,
Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor?
yes, there was a previous conversation between them I viewed some communication between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor, and also in conjunction with conversation Ms. Benning was having with Jade Jackson.
And is that November 4th message she sent him where they did not end up messaging for about 6 to 8 weeks?
I believe it was November 6th.
November 6th.
Yes,
I
but
think
yes.
you're correcting me. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. Detective Bruce, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Good. Want to speak with you a little bit this afternoon about a few things in regards to your investigation as the lead detective of this case. Tell us again when exactly you were initially contacted that there was a homicide investigation going on.
It was on the late evening of February 26th. Like I said, I don't know the exact time. I don't think I documented that, but I would estimate it was around 9 or 10 p.m.
And what were you told exactly?
My supervisor spoke to me by phone. He told me that there was a call that domestic violence had gone out on the previous night, in which there was a woman hospitalized at Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt was reporting that they believed she was going to be brain dead, and that we were going to take over the investigation because she was not expected to recover. And
What did you do after that?
I basically headed towards our headquarters, and we determined that we were having Miss Jackson and Miss Burks have them come down to headquarters to be interviewed by myself. And I went to headquarters and met with them, coordinated with one of my teammates, while he began drafting a search warrant for Miss Benning's apartment.
And Ms. Jackson and Ms. Burks, I think you stated before that
it was very important, or to you, it was better served to meet them in person downtown in your environment, if you will, so that you can have better resources.
Correct, yes, I could access my computer and that sort of thing, and we could do a video.
Like I told you before, you can answer a question, yes or no, that would be wonderful.
Yes, sir.
You need to explain it.
Yes, sir.
And what did you need your computer for?
I didn't need it for anything in particular at that moment. It was just availability.
In case you needed to research something, look something up, things of that nature.
Correct.
When Ms. Burks came to you and started speaking with you, did you learn about, I guess, the medical episode that her daughter had in regards to what Ms. Jackson told her?
Yes.
And she explained to you everything in regards to Mr. Taylor and what she knew of their relationship, correct?
I would say yes, and I believe so.
But she didn't know much, right?
I'd say she knew a decent amount.
Okay. Well, did she represent to you, I believe, at that time, did you learn at that moment, did you have the impression that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended that relationship? Were you given that information?
I wouldn't say that they necessarily attributed him to ending the relationship. It was that he demanded she get an abortion and she refused to, and thus the relationship ended. But I don't remember her specifically attributing it to him ending it.
Did you bring your offense report with you to review today?
It should be in the case file.
Would you need that in order to better refresh your memory as to what
You've answered your question. What's your next question?
Well, isn't it true, Detective Reese, that you reported that you were told that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended the relationship?
That's possible. I just don't remember specifically being told that as I sit here speaking. But that may have been what I just don't remember it that way.
But it was certainly what you put in your report, wasn't it?
If I can refer to my report, I might be able to confirm that.
No. Did you not bring a copy with you today?
I did not bring the copy of the case file up here on the stand because it's ordinarily in court.
Let me see if I have it. And I would draw your attention to page 4, the first paragraph. You can read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay, yes, you are correct. That was what I put there. You said, just didn't remember it.
That's okay. But that's not exactly how it went, was it?
It's hard to really tell from the context of the text message because it's evident that they met and talked in person. They would text and then they would talk in person, so it's not very clear.
Well, isn't it true that the text message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor on the 6th, it was Ms. Benning who said, I think it's best that we end this because we're basically at an impasse.
Oh yes, that is roughly what she said.
That's vastly different than Mr. Taylor abruptly ending the relationship because Ms. Benning didn't want to get an abortion. Correct?
In essence.
And after that message from Ms. Benning, there was no evidence of Mr. Taylor continuously reaching out to Ms. Benning, trying to force her in any way to have an abortion, was there?
No, there wasn't.
And so after learning or sitting and speaking with Ms. Burks, you also learned that there was some contamination of the crime scene. Did you learn that?
I wouldn't call it contamination.
You would not?
No.
Can I draw your attention to your offense report again, sir?
Referring to my supplement?
Yes.
What page?
if you could, look at page 3, I believe it is. Didn't, in fact, Ms. Weber went into the scene and removed items? I'm sorry, go to page 5, I apologize. In the bottom of page 4, top of page 5.
Well, I know Ms. Weber went there the night that Jade was hospitalized, and I was told she retrieved Jade's keys and locked the apartment to prevent anybody from re-entering, I believe.
And I believe you learned that she walked all about the apartment as well, didn't you?
Yes.
And you believe that she took, or I believe it's reported that she took some belongings out of there as well.
As I recall, I thought she just got Jade's keys and locked the apartment.
Well, that's what she told you, right?
That's what I was aware of, I believe.
I'm sorry, I thought he was looking. That's what
He said that's what he believed.
Okay. And so, and you also learned that even after that there was another set of individuals who went into that apartment, correct?
Correct. That was the following day on the 26th.
Correct.
In the,
By that time, everyone knew the allegations Ms. Jackson were claiming against Mr. Taylor, right?
I didn't know them at that time, but I would say her friend and family group did.
Exactly. And were you aware that Officer Fish had given Ms. Burks and Ms. Browning strict instructions that no one should go in and out of that apartment?
Objection.
Where is that in the proof?
It's in Officer Fish spotted on camera. I'm asking if he knows that.
I'm not aware of that specifically.
Why can you put in your questions information that's not in the proof?
I asked him if he was aware that Officer Fish.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel testifying questions.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. And
Disregard that part of the question.
when Ms. Franklin and the 3 individuals, including Ms. Jackson, went into Ms. Benning's apartment, they removed significant evidence out of the scene, did they not?
That's correct.
And they shared with you that they also moved a camera, a blink camera. Did they share that with you?
Yes, I believe Najee had mentioned that.
And she informed you that she only moved that because Ms. Burks asked her to. Do you remember that?
That sounds familiar, yes.
And that's pretty crucial stuff to remove evidence out of a scene, isn't it?
If the scene was still contained by police, I would say yes, that would be a big deal, but the scene had been released by police at that time.
Well, isn't it true that the police didn't go in until after they went into the apartment?
That's correct.
So it wasn't released yet, was it?
There was no one holding the apartment.
Well, if they were told by officers not to go in there, would that be considered a release?
I'm not aware if they were or not.
And would you consider the fact that civilians, someone who makes the statement that we were angry and we wanted answers, and they go in and remove evidence and manipulate things inside of a crime scene, you wouldn't consider that to be contamination?
Well, that's not the word I would use necessarily in this situation, because they took the time to video the apartment, or photographs made during some of the injuries, and they used rubber gloves to collect something that we would have collected eventually once we got involved.
Can I draw your attention to page 3 of your report in the second paragraph? Last sentence. Second to the last sentence.
She's at page 3.
I'm on page 3, which, I'm sorry, you said, which paragraph again?
Second paragraph, second to the last sentence.
They are performing additional tests.
Page 3, second paragraph, second to the last sentence. Ms. Weber and her friend contaminated the scene. Do you see that?
I'm on page 3.
Okay, it's on my page 3.
Okay, I see now the way the paragraphs are arranged. It didn't look like it was a separate paragraph. Yes, I see that. I didn't write that. That's by somebody else.
It was a police officer you thought worthy to include in your report, though, correct?
Well, it's not my determination of worthiness. It's just that that's the documentation. I asked for documentation that they did on whatever they did prior to my getting involved. And then I included that in my report under the heading Initial Investigation by the MNPD Domestic Violence Division. And then I preface in here that this italicized entry is the summary completed by Detective James Smith and subsequent update by Domestic Violence Division Sergeant Cucci.
And you, for a little while, in regards to the scene as we're discussing it, for a while you believed that there was a missing cup, didn't you?
I did, yes, for a little while.
And in fact, you believe that it was Mr. Taylor who had removed that cup out of the scene, didn't you?
That was my suspicion. I knew there was a cup missing, or I thought there was a cup missing.
And you arbitrarily assigned that misdeed to Mr. Taylor, didn't you?
I never said he removed a cup from the scene that I can think of. I just said that I believe there had been some cleanup because there was a cup that was unaccounted for.
And who did you believe did the cleanup throughout your report?
Specifically that cup, I don't know.
You didn't think that it was Mr. Taylor who did the cleanup?
Like I said, I don't know. I can say that the cup is in a picture that was on Jade's phone prior to her falling ill. And then later, when we get there, it is over by the sink, sitting next to the wall, the backsplash.
Certainly sitting by the sink inaccessible for you to remove tape tests, correct?
Yes, at that time, if we had known.
And so there was nothing stopping you from knowing, because when you went in to execute the search warrant, the cup was right there the entire time, wasn't it?
There was something to stop me from knowing it was relevant because we didn't get in her phone that night. So I was looking at the glasses that were on the island because glasses were mentioned in the interviews and looked at those as those were relevant. I wasn't inclined to seize all her drinkware.
Well, wasn't there allegations that Ms. Benning was poisoned as a result of something she was drinking?
Yes.
Would it not have been important to grab every cup, every glass that you saw that was out if we were in search for exactly what happened there that night?
In retrospect, I absolutely wish I would have done that, but just that night, I did not, because we thought those were the glasses that were in use.
And then it's safe to say none of those glasses or those cups that you left there were tested, were they?
The ones that were left there, no.
And Mr. Taylor did not therefore remove anything from that apartment based on your knowledge.
I'm not aware of him removing anything other than his personal belongings.
Now, as you were learning about the incident, you learned that there was another gentleman who was present that evening with Mr. Taylor, with Mr. Benning, and with Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
And that individual not only was present in the house that night, he was also present on this phone call that Ms. Jackson says these allegations were made against Mr. Taylor. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And when you learned about this incident, did you, and that person is Keontae Jones, right?
And to correct what I just said, he was not present on the phone call where she made the allegations. He was present on a return phone call made by Ms. Jackson with him merged into the call.
Within minutes of that call, correct?
Yes, it was a few minutes after.
He was the only other person besides Ms. Jackson that would have heard Ms. Benning in her distressed state. Would you agree with that?
By that point, she was already believed to be unconscious, so he wouldn't have heard anything.
Well, he didn't tell you that he heard her mumbling a little bit but couldn't make out words, but he could hear her trying to talk?
I can't recall exactly.
And knowing that he was present there that night, knowing that he was the only other person on the phone with her, did you bring him downtown to talk to him like you thought it was important to talk to Ms. Burks and Ms. Jackson?
Not at that time that night. They were there available, ready to go, and I was going to have to follow up with him later. I also didn't even learn about him until that interview.
Which was the 26th?
It was probably 1 o'clock in the morning or so. It was getting close to 1 o'clock before I was even aware of Keontae Jones.
1 o'clock on the 27th?
Yes.
So
It was during the interview with Nigeria, I believe, that I learned a little about that.
not even 48 hours after the incident?
Yes, that's correct.
And so after you learned about him, why didn't you bring him downtown so that you can talk to the only other witness to witness Ms. Benning's distressed state and the person who was inside of the apartment that night?
Because I was going to talk to him at a later time.
And how did you talk to him at a later time?
I've interviewed him over the phone.
It wasn't important to bring him down?
I've interviewed people over the phone all the time. I try to bring people down sometimes, and sometimes I'll talk to them over the phone, sometimes I'll talk to them in the field.
Did you do any research on Mr. Jones to see if he had any criminal history, to see anything nefarious about him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let the lawyers step up.
There was also, if I may, Your Honor. There was also talk about a pink liquid that Ms. Benning was drinking, correct?
Yes,
And there was talk about Ms. Benning stating that her drink tasted funny, right?
yes,
And that is what made those cups so important to taste, correct?
yes,
This lemonade and fruit punch that was placed on the corner there, do you see that?
yes.
That was something that you gathered and tested as well, correct?
Our CSI, he took the samples of those liquids and tested them, yes.
Because there were no other drinks that matched the description that Ms. Jackson had given you in that apartment. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any others.
And you did in fact test those drinks.
No, the crime lab did, yes.
And it turned out that there was nothing in there that would be the equivalent of cocaine or anything else that could poison someone, correct?
That's correct.
And outside of that, there was no other evidence present that would, within that apartment, that would lend you to believe that Mr. Taylor poisoned Ms. Benning with anything.
At the time of that search on that night, there was no evidence found in the apartment, correct?
Now, you stated earlier that this investigation was pretty much driven by the search of any type of drug or poison that could have caused Ms. Benning's death, correct?
Yes,
There was a time, was it not, that you learned that Ms. Benning was involved with drugs?
I did learn, I believe, it may have been that night that she smoked marijuana from, I believe her mother may have told me that, or one of her friends, or if not that night, it was in the following day.
And in fact, you learned that she had met with or was in contact with her drug dealer that day, correct?
That day? I'd have to refer back to the messages that we looked at earlier. I'm not sure it was that day or the day before.
Did you not find evidence that around 9:37 a.m. that she reached out to her drug dealer and asked, my coworker needs half?
Well, operating on the assumption that it was that day on the 25th, yes. Yes.
And there was no notation as to what the half was for, was it?
Well, it was to the weed man.
Well, you also learned through other text messages that she stated, I was able to get mushrooms from the guy who sold me weed.
A mushroom bar, yes.
So he didn't just sell weed, did he?
He sold, from what I could tell from the text messages, he would sell mushroom bars and marijuana.
Now, because this is a drug investigation, surely you reached out to that individual, didn't you?
To Danny?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
I was pursuing the death aspect of the investigation, not the drug investigation against that guy.
Would you agree with me that these days, the drug dealers now are masking the drugs they're selling with fentanyl and other things?
That is something that happens, yes.
And so if Ms. Benning had come in contact with her drug dealer the very day that she suffered an overdose and or poisoning from drugs, you didn't feel that it was important to contact that individual and talk to him?
Well, the context of those text messages, it appeared that he was out of town and declined to service her coworker. I thought. I'd have to refer to them, but I'd have to refer back to the messages, but I got the impression that he said I'm out of town or something to that effect. Or I'll have to hit him back up later or something like that. If you have the messages, I can review them.
Would you go back?
he never refused to talk to her. He just said, I'll pick you up or get back with you when I'm free.
If that's what the messages said, it was something to that effect. I don't think they ever met looking at the messages though.
Well, you learned that she went to Walmart that day, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that you saw by receipts or bags or anything that she actually went inside of Walmart and purchased anything that day. You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I just saw a text message she sent shortly after that saying I picked up stuff to make chicken Alfredo. And that was the only place she stopped after leaving work.
But did you search through that to see whether or not that was in fact true?
Did I go to Walmart to verify she went to Walmart? No.
Well, did you just look to see maybe in her records whether or not there was something purchased at Walmart?
No, I went with her text message saying she went to get stuff to make chicken Alfredo.
Did you talk to Danny just to see, hey, did you meet up with this young lady this day to eliminate that possibility?
No, I didn't follow up with Danny.
When we follow a financial crime, we follow the money, don't we?
I've never worked those sort of investigations, but I'm familiar with the phrase.
And so if we're investigating a drug case, we should follow the drugs, shouldn't we?
I guess so.
When additionally that night, did you ascertain or look inside Ms. Benning's phone?
That night, no.
At some point, did you do that?
Yes.
Did you uncover certain evidence that would be relevant to the investigation in and of itself?
Yes.
And one of the things that you were looking for was Ms. Benning's interaction with drugs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there was interaction with drugs, wasn't it?
Yes.
However, in your offense report, you state that you didn't see any significant evidence of drug dealing or anything of the sort with Ms. Benning.
I believe I was trying to preface that with it being after she became pregnant. So, and also another thing to note is I was reviewing her phone ongoing for over a year.
Okay, so you're saying you wrote this before you found out that information?
Certain portions of this are written before that, but I did find, I did look through some of those conversations, but it was an ongoing thing for over a year.
Did you go back to amend your report so that it could accurately reflect the evidence in this case as it is?
I spoke with the DA's office updating them as it went along, but I don't know that I'm not sure if I added anything in there specifically about that. I have to read through the whole thing. But the big thing was that it didn't appear to me that she was using drugs after she became pregnant.
Well, after she became pregnant, she was still dealing with drugs, wasn't she?
She was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he is about to answer, he can go ahead.
She was facilitating for friends and coworkers who would contact her and ask if she could contact her weed man because they wanted to buy some, and then she would subsequently message him and say, hey, my coworker wants some. And that was a thing that would happen repeatedly.
Is it your testimony that she never stated, I need X amount, or I need this, and my coworker needs that, and maybe John needs this?
I don't think she necessarily, every time she contacted him, specified it was for a coworker, but it was pretty consistent that there was a coworker asking her for something, and then she would contact him.
Well, you'll agree with me that when it was for a coworker, you saw my coworker needs. When it was for an individual that she would put a name to, she would say John needs. And in addition to that, there would be times that she would say, I want, or I need. Isn't that true?
I'd have to look at actually review the messages you're speaking about.
Now, at some point, you also talked to Mr. Taylor, didn't you?
Yes, very briefly.
And when you talked to Mr. Taylor, there were several things that you had learned from other people and that you learned from him, correct?
I didn't. When I spoke to him, I don't think I really learned anything from him. It was a very brief conversation.
Did you learn through your investigation that this was a date night planned by Ms. Benning?
Yes, I knew that.
And that turned out to be true, correct?
Yes, that was correct.
Did you learn through your investigation that there was food that was eaten between them that day, chicken Alfredo and I think it was rolls and cookies? Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Ms. Benning had once infused her food with drugs or THC?
Yes.
Then did you have that food tested to ensure that there was nothing there?
I asked about getting the food tested, and I was told that the lab wouldn't do that when we were doing the search warrant.
Through your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Taylor had called 911?
Yes.
And did you learn that although Ms. Jackson and Mr. Jones had heard the distress, heard the dire straits that Ms. Benning was in, yet it was only Mr. Taylor that called 911? Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor had given a rendition that Ms. Benning had vomited?
Yes.
And did you learn that that was in fact true, that she did in fact vomit?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor, immediately upon going back to work, informed the Titans that he had come in contact with law enforcement?
Yeah, it was. I understood that he notified him that on the day of the 26th.
And he did that, you learned, because that was what was required of him.
Yes.
And when you talked with the Titans employees, because you talked to several of them, didn't you?
Yes, several months later.
And you learned that none of them, or at least I should say all of them, stated that Mr. Taylor did not drink and or did drugs, or they had no evidence of that, because you asked that question, didn't you?
Yes.
And all of them gave you the answer of he was not involved with drugs and or drinking.
Correct, yeah.
And in fact, throughout your entire investigation, did you ever learn that Mr. Taylor himself, while he was dating Ms. Benning, well, I'll rephrase that. Let's go to the night in question. Did you learn that within 60 seconds of the distress phone call to Ms. Jackson, that Ms. Benning was taking selfies of her and Mr. Taylor?
Yes, they were. I don't know about the exact time frame. I know it was very close, within minutes, just before it happened.
Within 60 seconds, correct?
I'd have to look at the timestamps, but like I said, I concede that it was very close in time.
And do you remember, these were some of the photographs that were there?
Yes, I believe there was about a dozen taken.
Correct, that's one. That's another, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's another. That was another. That was another. And so you learn that all of these selfies were taken by Ms. Benning of she and Blaise on their date night?
Correct.
At some point in your investigation, you had spoken with a Dr. Brucolari. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember who Dr. Brucolari is?
Yes. Yes, I remember.
She's the doctor toxicologist from Vanderbilt, correct?
Yes.
And that's where Ms. Benning was being treated.
Correct.
And at some point, Dr. Brucolari told you that she would, or at least you wanted her to, let me find the language, follow up with you in regards to possible liquid cocaine or anything of the sort. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifying, I'd have to check. I don't remember specifying about liquid cocaine with her. I was just asking for her guidance about what testing should be done.
Okay. And she told you that at some point that she would contact you once she got any evidence pertaining to that, correct?
Did I document that?
Yeah,
Did I document that?
you did.
Could you tell me where that is?
Page 7 at the bottom.
Sure.
And I may be off the page, but let me find it.
Yes, and to answer your question, on February 28th, I did put in here, I continued coordinating between the medical examiner's office and Dr. Brucolari with regards to special testing requests to be done in the event of death.
Correct. And at some point, did Dr. Brucolari get back with you?
We had an ongoing dialogue for several days during this time frame, and it was, like, as I said, I was consulting with Dr. Carney and Dr. Brucolari. Let's see. So there was continued communication with us.
And at some point, did she get back with you as she promised? Because she was the toxicologist on this case that you were consulting, was she not?
Yes, we definitely spoke again after that.
And did she share with you that she had no explanation in regards to the cocaine that was present in Ms. Benning's blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
There's no cocoethylene in her blood.
Okay, you're asking what someone told him?
I'm asking, as a result of his investigation, did he learn that?
Is he relying on what someone told him?
Yes, and
I'll sustain the objection.
who did you consult with in regards to the drugs in Ms. Benning's body?
After the point that she physically passed away, I primarily consulted with Dr. Carney.
And so you did not consult with the toxicologist that actually was involved in the case from the ongoing at Vanderbilt any further?
As I said before, I talked with her again after that, but at the point that Ms. Benning did physically pass away, it was essentially Dr. Carney was my primary point of contact, because she too, from us talking, was going to be in contact with the toxicology and the various labs. Because I don't know how to interpret the lab results the way a physician does, a forensic pathologist.
Well, and that same forensic pathologist that you're speaking about did not rule this case a homicide, did she?
Well, she ruled it undetermined.
Was there any surveillance that was recovered as a result of this case?
There were a few limited clips right outside of Ms. Benning's door.
Did you have access to the entire video?
I was given access, but I was not aware that I was given access until the video was gone,
Until what?
until the video had already been overwritten.
Well, you were able to see some things at some point, weren't you?
Yes, while we were executing the search warrant, my supervisor had an email that he showed me that showed a clip of Nigeria and Keontae arriving, another clip of them leaving, and I believe there was a couple of still shots of Blaise arriving and coming out of the apartment. And that was all I saw at that time. And that was on a long email chain that I didn't know about at that time, the full extent. I did not read all the way down that to the bottom of that email chain. I found out about it much, much later that the property manager had actually given me access to their camera systems. But by the time I found out about that, it had already been overwritten. So I wish I'd pulled that video, the full video, but I did not.
If there was an actual video of that night, of Mr. Taylor coming and going, of Najee Jackson and Keontae coming and going, of those women who went in there and removed evidence out of the scene, that would have been some crucial evidence for this case, would it not?
Just videos of people coming and going from her apartment?
Yes.
Well, it was consistent with what I had already been told. So I already knew they were coming and going.
Well, it could have been Danny coming and going too, couldn't it?
I have no reason to think that.
But in a homicide investigation, you didn't secure to ensure that any surveillance was in fact captured.
No, I did not.
You were also told that the women who went in there and removed crucial evidence was told to do so by Ms. Franklin's son, who's a police officer.
I wasn't clear on who the relative was, but I was told a law enforcement officer out of state had advised to do that.
Did you check to see if there was in fact a law enforcement officer who instructed 4 women to go into a crime scene and remove evidence without the assistance of the police?
I did not follow up with that police officer, no.
Would you have thought that that would have been important to find out who instructed them to do that? Because it somewhat contaminated your scene, didn't it?
It was my position at the time that that comforter should have been recovered earlier in the night by police with our department. And I didn't feel that their actions were inappropriate given that some other investigators with our department didn't go seize that comforter earlier in the night.
Well, let me ask you this. If Mr. Taylor would have gone in there and removed evidence out of the scene, would you feel the same way?
Oh, no, not at all.
Have you learned throughout the course of your investigation the timing of the medical incident? And what I mean by that is, have you tried to line up whether or not what Mr. Taylor has said in regards to the calling of 911, when Nigeria called him, when EMS arrived? Did you do the work to see whether or not Mr. Taylor's rendition of the facts lined up with the truth?
I did check to see, I did document and check to see when 911 was called, and I did check and verify when the call was placed to Ms. Jackson, as well as the call Mr. Taylor placed to his father prior to calling 911, and then subsequent calls after that between Ms. Jackson calling back to Ms. Benning's phone, and then several more calls later into the night up to the point that she was at the hospital.
And in fact, those calls to 911, the calls to his dad, the calls from Ms. Jackson, all of those lined up exactly the way Mr. Taylor said they did, didn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
When Mr. Taylor arrived at the hospital behind the ambulance, did you learn that any police officer that wanted to speak with him, he spoke with them.
I'm aware that some officers spoke with him. I'm not sure if any were turned away, but yes, I'm aware some spoke with him. It appeared that he was speaking to anybody that came to him from everybody that I'm aware of talking to him.
And did you learn that there was nothing inconsistent about what he said to any of them?
That's correct.
Did you learn that he stayed there the entire time until he was told to leave?
Yes.
And that it was only because he was told to leave that he left?
I don't know what his reasoning for leaving was. I just know that he was told to leave.
In your investigation, you had just testified about Mr. Taylor talking
To another woman.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor was not the only person in this relationship that was talking to someone else romantically, was he?
There were definitely several references to prior incidents with her seeing other men.
In fact, it was instances where Ms. Benning was dating Mr. Taylor and someone else at the same time.
I'm sorry?
When you looked through Ms. Benning's phone, did you see that she too was dating someone else at the same time that she was dating Mr. Taylor?
I didn't get the impression that she was necessarily dating anyone else. I know she had guy friends that she would talk to and an ex-boyfriend that she was still close to who lived out of state. And I'm aware she went and visited California with a friend and met up with a guy out there, but I don't know that they were in a dating relationship.
Certainly you saw and read text messages that would suggest that she was romantically interested in other men.
Objection, Your Honor. The state submits there's not a basis for this question.
Your Honor, the state,
Without adding all of your adjectives, rephrase your question.
Ms. Benning, well, let me say this. Mr. Taylor was not the only one in this relationship who was seeing other people.
I don't know that Miss Benning was dating anybody else romantically, for certain, no.
Did you see any romantic text messages and or pictures being sent?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
He doesn't.
I haven't seen that. Do you know of any?
I didn't remember seeing any that I specifically think that made me think, okay, she's dating this person also. I definitely saw some like friendly text messages with an ex and things like that, but I didn't get the impression there was a current relationship going.
I'm not going to disrespect.
Excuse me?
No, you had to give a declaration in this case, did you not, at some point?
What are you talking about?
A statement that you had to write in reference to this case. An affidavit.
Oh, search warrants and things of that nature?
Yes.
Yes, I've written affidavits for search warrants.
And
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the relevance if she's following up the question about that video.
it was the basis, your affidavits were the basis of being able to retrieve devices of Mr. Taylor's, were they not?
And I'm objecting to any questions about that.
What's your objection?
My objection is that it's not relevant.
I don't know.
The devices that were seized from Mr. Taylor.
What is your question?
You seized devices from Mr. Taylor.
He's answered that.
You seized 11 devices.
That's already been testified to. You were wanting to ask something about an affidavit.
Yes, in regards to the affidavit that you put information about Mr. Taylor in these affidavits, didn't you?
Yes.
And some of the things that you put in your affidavits weren't in fact true, were they?
I would say everything should be true to the best of my knowledge at the time that I wrote it. Now, if there's something that I found out that differs later, but at the time that I drafted those, everything should have been true to the best of my knowledge.
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
I don't know. It'd be relevant if he's lied. Are you saying he's lied in an affidavit?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, ask him about it.
Did you ever say in any affidavit, sir,
Objection, Your Honor, it needs to be specific. Any
I
affidavit.
think she's gonna show us here in a minute and show the witness.
thank you.
What affidavit? Dave, what are you referencing?
I'm referencing the second declaration of Detective Reese.
Second declaration. What date of the search warrant? So the state can see what you're talking about.
This is the declaration filed by Mr. Detective Reese on March 6th of 2023.
All right, and what is your question?
Thank you.
Ms. Holmes, let's see what you're referring
You sure?
to.
In your declaration,
Sheriff, may we approach?
All right. So you're not referencing a search warrant from 3/6/23. What are you referencing?
It's a declaration, Your Honor.
It's an affidavit.
An affidavit of Detective Reese.
Okay, so what is your question about?
You stated in this affidavit that Mr. Taylor was pressured by his parents to re-engage with Ms. Benning. That's what you put in your affidavit in your second declaration.
Can I see the document you're talking about?
Get that, Mr. Evans.
At the top of the page, you've got the right page. 1426. Let me see.
Very top sentence is what she's asking you about. The very top sentence.
I know, sir, I was reading the previous. Yes. So, yes, this says Jackson, which is not Jade Jackson, believed the following end of their relationship. At the following end of the relationship, Taylor was pressured by his parents to resume his relationship with Benning.
So you got that information from Ms. Jackson?
Yes, as you can tell by the sentence.
Was that a lie?
No, I mean, I think now I don't believe that was the case, but the information given at that time, that was what was believed to be accurate.
He said it's not.
Thank you. Additionally, it was stated on page 2 of that declaration. If you go to paragraph 8, line 3,
Page 2.
I know, I was just trying to see what this document is. It doesn't look familiar to me.
You don't know what it is?
is that your signature on the last page?
It is. I'm just looking to see what the document was, so I'm aware, so. Okay, so page 2.
Mhm. Paragraph 8, second sentence, starting with during the interview.
Okay,
Now, you represent here that Ms. Benning invited Ms. Jackson and her guy friend over to eat. That wasn't true, was it?
so my sentence says, during the interview, Jackson said she went to Benning's residence with a male friend after Benning invited them to eat dinner with her and Taylor. And I know from their text messages, Najee referenced wanting to get a plate, and Jade was inviting to her. I don't know if she said, I don't know the exact verbiage she used, but she was receptive to them coming to get a plate.
But it was actually Ms. Jackson who asked Ms. Benning if she could come get a plate and if Keontae could get a plate too, correct?
I don't remember the exact wording, but it seemed to be a mutual friendly invitation, sort of, you know, you're welcome to come by sort of thing to me when I read it.
Now, going back to the relationships that you said that you don't remember in terms of Ms. Benning having romantic relationships with other people.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel trying to testify by asking a
What
question.
is your question?
Can I refresh your memory in regards to whether or not Ms. Benning was in a romantic relationship with other men around the time that she was dating Mr. Taylor?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
You want to show him something?
Yes.
Do it.
Please do.
objecting to the question asked by counsel. The text messages she submitted are not during the time frame of this incident. We are talking about January, February 2023. This is well before that.
It's not well before that. It's actually November, starting on November the 4th, around the time.
Go ahead. What is your
And
question?
then here's another one, please, that goes to 225 of 20.
What is your question? Please, please.
Wasn't Ms. Benning involved with other men?
Having looked at that, does that change with Mr. Benning from your perspective involved with other men?
I don't know who these messages are between. I don't know any other person on this. On this particular chain here.
So then you're stating then that you have no knowledge, although you've gone through Ms. Benning's phone, of her dating other men besides Mr. Taylor around the time that she was dating Mr. Taylor. Is that your testimony?
Let's see. So looking at this, this text thread begins about a week after it appeared that their relationship was coming to an end, or around the same time their relationship was coming to an end. But yeah, they're definitely flirtatious in nature, I would agree.
They're a little bit more than flirtatious in nature, would you agree?
I would say they're flirtatious.
When Mr. Taylor relocated to Utah, he didn't just up and leave and go to Utah, did he?
No, it was several months after this, I believe. I don't know the exact date he moved, but I know he got a new job out there.
And in fact, before he even left to go to Utah, he reached out to you through his attorney, did he not?
I don't recall ever being contacted by his attorney.
You don't recall Ms. Brittle contacting you, letting you know and asking if it was okay and to leave the phone number of Mr. Taylor so that if you needed him, you could contact him?
I don't recall that. I recall calling her at one point and asked her a question.
Did you call her in regards to Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did she answer your questions?
Oh, I just was asking I was asking something about whether they were still representing him because he was no longer employed with the Titans, and she said yes. And I think I asked her something about their defense investigator.
And in fact, you learned that Ms. Jackson was worried because that investigator was reaching out to her.
Sustain the objection.
Well, isn't it true that when you arrested Mr. Taylor, he reminded you, hey, I reached out to you and told you, you could have just called me and I would have turned myself in. You remember that conversation?
I didn't arrest him. Are you referring to when I attempted to speak to him?
When you attempted to speak to him in Utah before he was extradited back here.
I just remember him saying, when I read his rights, him saying, I'll just have my lawyer sort it out. I don't remember the full everything that was said. It was very brief, just a few moments.
And so it's your testimony that you have no recollection of him informing you before he left through his attorney that, is it okay for me to go to Utah and this is where I'll be?
I definitely do not remember anybody asking if it was okay for him to go to Utah, because I learned of that through Jade Benning's family. I don't recall anybody ever telling me from his camp that he was going to Utah.
And finally, Detective Reese, throughout your entire investigation in regards to this case, you have yet to learn one thing that is inconsistent with Mr. Taylor and what he has shared as his rendition of the events happening.
No, the totality of the investigation is contradictory to his story.
I'm not speaking of your impression, I'm speaking of what Mr. Taylor has said and done. There has been nothing inconsistent with that.
And you mean the statements he has made?
Correct.
Correct, he maintained the same story.
Thank you.
You read the record.
Messages that were just handed to you that was inferred that Ms. Benning was dating someone else, these all precede January of 2023, is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And it is during the time when she is not even seeing Mr. Taylor, is that correct?
The timestamp on the first page they sent me is on. There's one on November 3rd, 4th.
Again, she didn't ask you for the dates. She just asked, was it during the time frame they were?
It was not during the time frame that Mr. Taylor reconnected with Ms. Benning at
Correct.
the beginning of
He
2023.
said correct.
Correct, yes.
And your investigation, did it uncover any evidence that Ms. Benning was trying to self-harm herself or her unborn baby?
No,
Did it reveal the opposite?
yes,
And specifically, what you're looking for in the apartment, were you expecting to find a bottle of poison sitting out on the counter?
no,
Your investigation, did it reveal that Ms. Benning wanted to be in a relationship with Mr. Taylor?
yes,
And when she asked you if Mr. Taylor had said anything inconsistent, you reviewed the body-worn camera footage and his statements to the officers and Detective Smith at the hospital, is that correct?
yes,
And specifically, you told them that she threw up, I
Objection.
called my dad, and
Testifying and reading the witness.
So that'd be called rule of objection.
I called 911, correct?
that's correct.
And you had information to the contrary, isn't that correct?
Objection, she's leading the witness. It's not her.
You want to rephrase your question about what you're needing?
Did Mr. Taylor tell you any of the statements that Nigella Jackson told you that she heard Jade Benning say to Mr. Taylor on that call, that 6-minute and 9-second call?
No, when I spoke to him, he omitted that until I specifically asked about it.
Did he omit it not only to you, but to every officer that spoke to him?
Yes, every body camera footage that I reviewed, he omitted that.
So that was not consistent in any way, shape, or form.
That's correct. So the statement he volunteered.
That's where you get into 15 other questions.
And the 911 call specifically contradicted that, because on the 911 call, he said that Ms. Benning was throwing up at the end of the call. When everything else he said before is she threw up, I called my dad, I called
She's
911.
testifying
Okay,
and
hang
reading.
on. What is your question, if you can narrow it down a little bit?
My question is, you had information to the contrary, correct?
Yes, no, I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Your question.
Detective Reese, on the 911 call, he said that's when she threw up, correct?
Yes, I remember hearing him say she threw up on the 911 call.
And he told the officers, all 3 of them at the hospital, she threw up, I called my dad, then I called 911.
That's correct.
And Your Honor, if I can show Detective Reese a portion of exhibit with Tom Miller, it is exhibit 29. This is that 6-minute
Oh,
and
you
9
got it up? Okay.
6-minute, 9-second call that Ms. Benning calls Nigella Jackson. It ends at 9:35:36, and the 911 call is placed at 9:38:58.
Correct.
The next page in this exhibit, can you describe what is shown here?
On that line number 427, that was a phone call placed from Mr. Taylor's phone to a number that I determined belonged to his father for a duration of about 30 seconds.
And can you point to the line item and read out the last 4 digits of the phone number that Mr. Taylor's phone called?
6766.
And can you read out the specific time that that call was placed?
9:38, which is 21:38.
9:38 and 13 seconds, is that correct?
Oh, yes, correct, in 13
Can you
seconds.
circle it, and can you please explain the next column that has the UTC time?
Yes.
And so we
So-
have, the 911 call is at the exact time of 9:38:58, correct?
Yes, that's the one right below it. And the explanation for the UTC time, phone records, many of the records kept by social media companies, most electronic digital records we get from companies, all the time is kept in UTC because UTC does not change, and it's universal coordinated time. When we're in our winter months, our time here locally is 6 hours behind UTC.
Okay, but it is 9:38:58 when 911 is called, and Mr. Taylor calls his dad at 9:38:13, correct?
Correct.
And the call with Ms. Jackson ends at 9:35:36, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we take that part down?
Detective Reese, you were asked about different types of drugs in your conversations with the toxicologist. Did you specifically speak with the toxicologist in this case, as well as Dr. Carney, about liquid cocaine?
Yes, we talked about.
And did they provide you with information about that?
I did receive some, I guess you could say Dr. Carney kind of educated me on cocaine toxicity.
Did you talk to Dr. Brocaleri and the other crime lab people about liquid cocaine and its connection to the evidence in this case?
About yes, I've talked, yes.
And did you speak to them as well as research whether or not liquid cocaine was a lethal substance?
I did research about it.
And what did your investigation reveal about if you put liquid cocaine in someone's drink?
That it is highly dangerous.
And when you say dangerous, what do you mean?
Can cause severe medical consequences. It listed off various things, but it seemed anything from serious medical problems to death.
And her questioning included asking you about an affidavit. That affidavit was from March 6th of 2023, is that correct? Just the date of the affidavit.
Yes.
And that was very early on in the investigation, wasn't it, Detective Reese?
Yes.
Have you done multiple follow-up interviews since then and obtained additional information?
Yes.
And all of the information that you have obtained and all of the interviews you have done with Ms. Jackson, have you been able to corroborate every piece of the information she provided that night?
Yes.
And additionally, have you been able to corroborate Ms. Diddy and the information that she provided?
Yes.
And you were contacted by a defense investigator before Mr. Taylor moved away from Nashville, Tennessee. Is that correct?
I don't recall being contacted by a defense investigator.
Okay, but you said that there was an attorney that contacted you while he was here, before he went to Utah.
No, I said I contacted his attorney.
You contacted his attorney about his defense investigator.
Yes, it was, I believe the reason for my calling was because of Nigeria expressing concern over a defense investigator showing up at her house or calling her or something to that effect. That had been brought to my attention.
And was that close in time to this incident?
I don't remember exactly when that was. So
Was it
it was,
somewhere between March and June of 2023, or was it a year later?
I believe that was more into the summer months, maybe around June or July.
So June or July of 2023, you knew that he had a defense investigator and an attorney.
I definitely knew by then, yes.
Thank you, Detective Reese.
Okay. You have other questions?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
There was some talk on redirect
What is
about
your question?
the timing
What is your
Ms.
question?
Jackson called
What is your question? It starts with a question.
Did Ms. Jackson receive the phone call from Ms. Benning at 9:29?
Yes, that was the timestamp on there.
And didn't she say that it lasted about 6 minutes and over?
I believe so.
And that would take us to around 9:35, 9:36, right?
Correct.
He said a redirect. It ended at 9:35:36.
And he called 911 at he called his father at 9:38 and 13 seconds, as Ms. Norman had stated, correct?
Yes,
That call with his father lasted about 30 seconds.
that's correct.
That would take us to 9:38 and 43 seconds.
Correct.
And within 15 seconds, accounting for dialing the number and the phone ringing, he was on the call with 911 at 9:38 and 58 seconds.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was on the call with 911 for 6 minutes and 9 seconds, correct?
That sounds about right. Correct.
Objection, that is actually incorrect. It's 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
I'm sorry, even better. 8 minutes and 55 seconds. So that takes us to when Ms. Jackson says she calls back at 9:47 and Mr. Taylor answered the phone.
I'll have to look back at the record to verify the time on that.
And if they were on the phone for 2 minutes, and before Mr. Taylor gets off the phone with Ms. Jackson, he says he hears sirens, that would take us roughly around 9:49, wouldn't it?
If it's a 2-minute phone call at 9:47, that would go to about 9:49.
Are you aware that EMS arrived at the apartment at 9:48?
Yes,
And wouldn't that be consistent with Mr. Taylor telling Ms. Jackson, I think I hear EMS?
did he tell, I don't believe he told Miss Jackson, and I thought it was the 911 operator.
You told him that as well, didn't you?
Was he on the phone with her at the same time?
A
I don't believe so. I'm not sure, but I do know he said that while to the 911 operator.
Correct. And so that would be consistent with what he heard also.
Yes, that's consistent with him hearing sirens at the time of their arrival.
And in regards to the quote unquote liquid cocaine, you have not found in all the devices or anything that you looked for on February 25th of the 11 devices that you saw that Mr. Taylor had in his possession on February 25th of 2023, any connection with Mr. Taylor and liquid cocaine or any drugs on that day, do you?
I didn't search any of his devices. I searched the iCloud.
This is iCloud connecting to his devices?
Yes,
And you didn't see anything, did you?
not in the iCloud. No.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Witness.
Apple Benning.
Apple Benning.
You want me to do all these?
You just wait.
Judge, may we approach before I begin?
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Denning. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Apple Denny,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Dennie.
And Ms. Denning, how do you know Blaise Taylor?
We dated when I was an undergrad at Arkansas State.
And how old were you when you started dating him?
18.
And can you describe how long did you date him?
A couple years through 2018. It was breakups, get back together, breakups, get back together, so the timeline gets a little foggy.
Which, for reference, you said that y'all began dating when you were 18. How old are you now?
28.
And what year were you in school?
I started fall of 2016, fall of 2016, and I met him in November of that year.
And what year was he in school?
I believe he was a senior.
Do you remember how old he was?
No.
But he was a couple years older than you,
Yes.
is that fair?
Yes.
And did you continue to date into the beginning of that next year, early 2017?
Yes.
And at some point in your relationship, did you ever become pregnant?
Yes.
And about when did that happen?
January of 2017.
And when that happened, did you talk to Mr. Taylor about it?
Yes.
And can you describe kind of what were your feelings when you learned that you were pregnant?
I was really scared and confused. I knew I wasn't ready to have a kid. So.
Was that your reaction kind of from the beginning, and did it stay that way?
Yes, I immediately, that wasn't something that I thought I wanted for myself.
Was that something that you felt like you could talk to your parents about at the time?
No.
And so from the time that you found out, what did you ultimately end up doing?
I had an abortion.
And was there any point in which you changed your mind about that?
No.
And Mr. Taylor, did he accompany you to the appointments for that?
Yes.
And was there one appointment or was there more than one?
There was two.
And did he go to both of those appointments with you?
Yes.
And can you describe at that first appointment what information was provided to you about the options?
There were two different types of abortions that I could have. One was the procedure, and
Your Honor has already ruled.
Okay, we're go ahead.
Your Honor.
and the other was taking a pill at the center and then taking one when you got home, and that would induce the abortion.
And did you discuss those two options with Mr. Taylor during that time that you were going through this?
Yes.
And which option did you ultimately choose?
I had the procedure at the facility.
And did he accompany you to that visit?
Yes.
And at any point, did you meet his parents?
Yes.
Did y'all continue to date after that?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you broke up, but then you would get back together.
Yes.
And when you broke up, was there anyone in particular that he might have dated while you were broken up?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Xavier.
And what was her last name?
Winford.
Did you know Miss Winford?
Yes, and not like personally, but I knew her through him, and we had a few interactions.
And can you describe what was your understanding of his relationship with her?
Someone that he dated before he met me, or didn't date. He said they were never together, that he would never bring her home to his parents, and that she was crazy, and that I needed to block her, and it was kind of that situation.
And at some point, did he come to you and talk to you about something that happened with her?
Yes.
And what was it that he came to tell you about?
That he got her pregnant.
And what was the time frame that this occurred?
This was the summer of 2017.
And what was his demeanor like when he came to you to tell you about this?
Very erratic. He was upset, didn't want to have a baby with her. That's what he was telling me, that this was something that he couldn't do.
Was that a different reaction than he had when you told him you were pregnant, but you did not want to keep the baby?
Yes, it was flipped. How I was panicked the first time around, and he was freaking out when it was her.
And when you say he was freaking out, how did he act when he was panicked?
Really erratic, and he would say he could control the situation. It went on for a few days of us talking about it, but that night he was trying to figure out if there was something that he could do. He was Googling things, so he was looking stuff up to figure out how she, if there was something he could do to make her have an abortion, and asked me if I could get the abortion pills and he could make her take them or put it in her drink.
And so you talked to him over a period of a couple of days, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was he telling you? I mean, he's telling you that he's trying to figure out something that he can give her.
Yeah.
Was she wanting to have an abortion based on what he said?
No, he said she would go back and forth, and he would tell her, well, I'm not gonna be a part of the child's life, thinking that would convince her to not have it, because that's ultimately what he said she wanted. And then they would just go back and forth about it, and then someday he would say, I think she's gonna do it, and I think she's not gonna do it, but she didn't want to.
And you said that he was telling her he would be a part of the child's life. Was he also saying not part of her life?
Yeah, he wouldn't have anything to do with her if she went forward with it.
Kind of like an ultimatum.
Yeah.
And he asked you if you could get the abortion pill for him so that he could make her take it and put it in her drink. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, she said technology wasn't going to stand. Go ahead.
Did you do that?
Did I get the pill?
Yes. No. Was that even, not saying that you would agree to do that, but is that even possible?
No.
And did you explain that to him?
Yes.
And you said that it went over a couple of days. Did he talk about anything else that he might be able to get to put in her drink?
Absolutely.
Okay, I don't know where the judge would mention, she's just asking, did he?
Yes.
And the things that he was mentioning, how did he get the information?
He said he was looking stuff up on his phone. I couldn't see what he was looking at, but he had his phone in his hand.
And I guess what, if anything, else did you discuss with him about Miss Winford and Miss Winford getting an abortion?
He had asked me to make the appointment and said that he thinks that he could convince her by the time the appointment came
to get the abortion.
And what would be the reason that he would need you to call to make the appointment?
Because she wouldn't call herself, but he wanted to go ahead and get an appointment set.
Is there a waiting time?
Sorry?
Was there gonna be a delay from the time you called to when the appointment would actually be scheduled?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
You said that he wanted you to schedule the appointment
Yeah.
because he thought he could convince her to do it and didn't want her to change her mind.
Yeah,
I'm asking if there was gonna be like a time period.
yes. And he didn't want, like, they were booked, so he didn't want her to finally decide to and then not be able to get it.
And did you agree and call and schedule that appointment?
Yes,
And did you pretend to be her?
yes.
And do you know if she went to the appointment that you scheduled?
Yes, I assume it was that appointment.
And you said you assume, I guess, do you know what ultimately happened with that pregnancy?
Yes, that she had an abortion. That's what I was told.
And do you know, did Mr. Taylor continue to see Ms. Winford after that time frame? That would have been summer of 2017.
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge if he's continued to see her since then?
Yes, I have assumed so.
Objection, no basis for that. It was just personal.
Okay, I strike that as if she just thinks so.
Do you have any knowledge about that?
I saw a post of her at a game
Objection.
and I was,
Okay, hang on just a second, be careful.
Judge, I'm just asking if she has personal knowledge of the two of them being together.
When it was, something was taken or when it was posted, she doesn't know that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Did you know Jade Benning prior to February 25th of 2023?
I knew of her. We had had some message exchanges on social media. Like, she told me happy birthday, vice versa.
And what was the connection between you and Jade Benning?
She was in a similar area. Like, the Little Rock area is pretty small, so like a lot of my friends grew up with her. So we kind of just would see each other on social media and connected that way, but I never met her in person.
So she was kind of the social media connected friend of other friends.
Yes.
Did you both participate in the same athletic sport?
I think I was told she cheered, but I never like met her through that. But we might have both been cheerleaders at some point.
Okay. So you knew of her, but didn't actually know her and you had never met her?
Yeah.
How did you hear about what ultimately happened to Jade Benning?
Two of my friends had said that they needed to talk to me and called me and told me about what happened.
And when you say they told you about what happened, about what was the timing of this? From when the incident happened, Ms. Benning passed away, was it before she passed away?
Yes, she was still in the hospital at this point.
And so that would have been kind of right after this incident.
Yes.
When you say they told you what happened, what kind of information did you get?
I don't remember like verbatim, but they told me that they thought that or were told that he might have poisoned her or something of the sort. But they like didn't have details and that she was in the hospital and they were like keeping her on life support, I think, until her birthday.
And when you heard that, what did you do?
Like immediately after the phone call or
I guess kind of connected to Ms. Benning in this case and how you ended up here today?
Well, like I talked to them, they knew about the situation with Xavier in the past, and I want to say maybe a few days later, my friend Ariane had reached back out to me and asked if like I wanted to connect with Miss Bridget, and I said yes, that's fine. I'm open to helping in any way that I can, And then Miss Bridget reached out to me. And then from there was Detective Reese and so on and so forth.
And did you talk to Detective Reese and provide him with the information that you just testified about?
Yes.
And then did you also meet with Detective Reese, and myself, and Deputy Moore, and Ms. Houston
Yes.
in Arkansas?
Mhm.
And did you provide us with that information as well?
Yes.
I can have just one moment. And I'm sorry, Ms. Denny, I feel like you said that they told you about Jade.
Mhm.
When they told you about Jade, what was your understanding of whether, like what her condition was?
That she was pregnant, and you mean like her physical state or just the fact that she was pregnant?
The information that you got from the friends was that she was pregnant and
Yes.
there was
And
suspicion.
something happened to her and they were thinking that it was Blaise and that she was in the hospital after that.
And do you see Mr. Taylor in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point him out and identify him? Thank you, Ms. Denny.
Or questions you have? Yeah, you can turn that top. There.
Ms. Denny, I want to make sure that I'm understanding got this right. So you never put anything in anyone's drink, right?
No.
You never went and got an abortion pill on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
No.
You never got any kind of other substance from Mr. Taylor?
No.
You never got any cocaine?
No.
You got fentanyl?
No.
You guys never slipped anything in anybody's drink?
No.
You never saw Mr. Taylor do that either, right?
No.
So what we've kind of described is like just a conversation, right?
Yes.
Conversation while Mr. Taylor was, as you described him, like erratic.
Yes.
He was panicked, I think was the word you used, and maybe that was my word, I'm sorry, but was panic a right word?
Yeah.
And while he's erratic, panicked, you guys are having this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and he's talking about this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
But it wasn't something that you ever actually acted on?
No.
It wasn't something that he ever actually acted on?
No.
Okay. And just so I got the time right, so we're talking, you started school in 2016?
The fall of 2016, yes.
Fall of 2016. And you met Blaise, Mr. Taylor, and start dating maybe the middle of that first year of your school?
We met in November, yeah. Things evolved from there.
Okay, so you met at the beginning of the year, is that right?
We met in November of the fall of 2016
Okay.
and then continued on from there.
And your kind of pregnancy situation, which I know is difficult to talk about, that happened more like the middle of the year, is that right?
That was in January of 2017.
Which would still be your freshman year of college.
Yes.
Right? You're still just 18, 19 years old?
Yes.
Just very young, right?
Yes.
And that's a very difficult thing for someone who's that young to deal with, isn't it?
Yes.
And during that situation, at least initially, Mr. Taylor was maybe on board with keeping the baby, wasn't he?
Yes.
And in fact, ultimately it was your choice, right?
Yes.
And you made the choice and Mr. Taylor was supportive of that choice, wasn't he?
Yes.
He went with you to the appointments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he did whatever needed to be done, right?
Yes.
And then whatever happens with your relationship, this thing with Miss Winford comes up, is that right?
Yes.
And he has a reaction to it, is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a pretty extreme reaction, right?
Yes.
I mean, and at that age, Are you still 18 or are you 19 by that time?
I'm 19.
19. He's maybe 20.
No, he might have been 21. I think he's a couple years older than me, but I don't remember how old he is.
Okay, so maybe he's 21, right? You're both still in college, right? Is he playing sports in college at that time?
Yes.
You're a cheerleader,
Yes.
right? So you guys are both busy with your lives in college,
Yes.
right? And this pregnancy was a scary thing for him, right?
Mine or
Xavier's.
yes.
And he confided in you in a way that he was really terrified, right?
Yes.
So that conversation, the words that I wrote down is the conversation you had where he's asking you about getting an abortion pill word. That night, was there something we could do? So that was the first night that he finds out about it, right?
It might have been the first night. I'm not 100% sure if it was that very first night or the second night. But I know it was shortly after, like, this was unfolding that he found out.
Sure, really a quick, immediate reaction right after he finds out, right?
Yes.
And so he's talking about these kind of crazy things like, can you go get an abortion pill for her, right?
Yes.
And this says something else crazy, like, is there something we can put in her drink, right?
Yes.
And then that was kind of the end of it. Like, you have a couple crazy conversations and there's no more, right?
That I remember, yeah.
Okay. And certainly you're here 10 years later talking about it. You might have, if you had done something, if someone had acted on it, it had been a big deal. This would have been kind of seared into your brain, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. You're doing your best here to give us your recollection, right?
Yes.
You guys were so young at that time, right?
Yes.
And that was at least 6-7 years before 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Long. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Regret.
Ms. Denny, you described kind of the conversations with Mr. Taylor that this happened over at least a 2, maybe 3-day period. Is that right?
I think so.
And he was saying like, oh, this is a crazy thought. This conversation continued over those couple of days. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that you were trying to talk him out of it?
Yes.
He was very adamant of trying to find something to do it.
Yes.
She was answering that. Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can step down and be excused. Who's next witness?
The next witness is Bridget Burks.
Bridget Burks.
You swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burks.
Good afternoon.
You please state your full name for the record.
Bridget Benning Burks.
And Ms. Burks, are you the mother of Jade Tristan Benning?
Yes.
And can you describe when was Jade Benning born?
Jade was born on March 6, 1998.
Or do me a favor, just pull that base of that mic over there where you situated. Okay.
Ms. Burks, did Ms. Benning have any siblings?
She had one.
And who is that?
Well, actually, let me correct that. She had 2 stepbrothers and then she had 1 half sister.
Was she your only daughter?
She was my only child.
And when you had Jade, where were you living?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And is that where you lived when she grew up?
Yes.
And can you describe your relationship with your daughter, especially